Welcome to part 2 of my epic bookshelf tour with world-renowned memory expert Dr. Anthony Metivier. In our previous video, we spent over 10 hours going over all of Dr. Metivier's books, and now we're going to be doing a deep dive on his top 15 books. We've also got some future content. There's going to be a part 3 where we do a deep dive specifically on his favorite books on mnemonics. And then that's going to be on my channel. And then there's also going to be an AMA on Dr. Metivier's channel where we took an AMA that Dr. Metivier originally did on Reddit. And I basically asked each question. Dr. Metivier gave his answer. And then I also added my answer, my perspective on whatever the question was. So those are 2 videos that are going to be coming in the future. And there's timestamps down below for the books that we cover in this video today. There's also a free bonus resources kit that goes along with this video. So you can download all the high resolution photos of Dr. Metivier's library. There's also a classics spreadsheet that contains a bunch of hard to find information on the big sets of classics, including the facing page translations put out by Harvard University Press, as well as other major sets. We're also doing a book giveaway. Dr. Metivier has generously offered to give away several of his books, and so you can enter that giveaway in the first link in the description. Finally, I'd just like to say, for any of you who might be interested in doing a bookshelf tour with me, please send me an email at timothy@timothykenny.com. I'm interested in touring libraries, including smaller libraries. Doesn't have to be a huge library. Even if you just have one interesting bookshelf or bookcase of stuff that you want to talk about. I'm also interested in small presses, independent, indie presses, niche, especially university presses. I'm also interested in touring small independent bookstores as well as special collections at libraries and museums. So if any of those apply to you, definitely reach out, timothy@timothykenny.com. So without any further ado, let's get into part 2 with Dr. Anthony Metivier. Okay, so now in this section, we're going to be going over Anthony's top 15 books. So Anthony, why don't you get started with the first book here?
Yeah, well, let me qualify top 15. I actually don't tick that way, so it was a very difficult exercise. It's just whatever I'm reading is the top book.
Okay.
But
Awesome.
I won't go with what I'm reading right now. Some things that jump out at me, we talked about mental models, but we didn't really pause upon this one. So Decisive by Chip and Dan Heath. This has a very good mental model that I use a lot of the time, which is the WRAP technique. And WRAP stands for widen your options, reality test, attain distance, and prepare to fail. So that's quite good. And, other than that, it's sort of like a mass appeal storybook. But there's other little gems in here besides the WRAP technique. But I use the WRAP technique all the time because it's very, very good to widen your options. And I never really thought to widen my options before that I did that. And reality testing and so forth. It's not like a magic bullet or something that's going to, guarantee wider success, but it's certainly going to help. So I recommend that. And it's just decision making is something I find that gets harder and harder and harder instead of easier and easier, partly because the stakes get bigger and bigger and aging has its issues. Let's say that. So you want to mess up less and less because you lose more time if you have to fix unnecessary errors. So I recommend that book.
And I just wanted to ask you if, I find that part of making decisions is also having some kind of being able to live with whatever happens and sort of, the rocking chair test.
I don't know if I know that one. No.
Like if, when I'm 80 or 90 years old and I'm sitting in my rocking chair and I'm looking back on life and like, what do I remember? What do I regret? It's sort of a thought experiment to help put things in perspective and think about like, does this really matter long term, and not getting too sucked into uh, a decision that's maybe seemingly high stakes in the moment, but in the big picture, it doesn't really matter at all.
Yeah, yeah. I know variations of that now that you mention it. I mean, isn't it Tolstoy who has the Ivan Illich story where he's on his deathbed and going through all this stuff, and he never really quite made any of the right decisions, and now he's tortured in his final moments. Yeah, I mean, there's a an alternative to this. So I just said, it's riskier and riskier and riskier, but part of the things that we've gone over before, the fire of self-knowledge or Atmabodha, where I can recite some of this text in Sanskrit. A major concept that in there is karma yoga, which is just letting go of the outcome, literally letting it go. And in some of the other Sanskrit, there's the idea that the ocean really is producing everything, and it's going back into that same ocean, and you're not really that much of a part of it, and you're not nearly as big of a part of it as you think. So, and it uses the word in Sanskrit as phalam, which is like the fruits. So it's like moharnavam is the ocean, like this chaotic ocean, and then the phalam is this fruit that's just like tossed out, and then it goes back in. So that's the flip side of the coin. So I do like to reduce errors because one of my goals is to have as few thoughts as possible, period. So it's not just like thinking of my rocking chair thoughts, but like, how do I get to full nirvikalpa samadhi or even samadhi and disappear in a puff of smoke? Like, that would be pretty cool if I could pull that one off.
One of the tricks.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Sorry, in what tricks?
Well, one of the tricks that I use that I learned pretty early in life, and I thought it was kind of a gimmick, but it actually is one of the best ones, is you turn the decision into like option A versus option B, and then you try to think of like, okay, what is intuitively, which one am I leaning towards? And then you flip a coin and you sort of let the coin make the decision. And so then like if you were leaning towards A and then you flip a coin and it goes towards B, then you start to like, you pay attention to your emotions and like, are you happier that you went towards, are you happy that it switched over to B, or are you relieved that it stayed on A? And like by kind of mentally rehearsing both endpoints, you can kind of get some more information from your unconscious about like, what do I really feel like doing? What do I actually, it sort of gets you out of that confused state, I think.
Yeah, that's great. That reminds me of the Joyi, which is in Mandarin is I Ching, book of I Ching, like some sort of process where you use coins or what have you. But it's interesting you mentioned that because there's a
divination, basically, right? That Chinese divination.
Well, yeah, but I don't really think of it that way. Like in Taoism, there's philosophical Taoism and there's practical Taoism. So you could call it divination, but I don't think that the real heavy hitters have any kind of idea of it being spirit focused or based or anything like that.
I mean, the Romans had divination with their oracle. I don't know if you would count the oracles, but also the entrails, analyzing entrails. So it's
oh yeah, flight patterns of birds, all that sort of stuff. I mean, an interesting thing is, and why I like the Joyi or I Ching a little bit better than other systems is, can we divorce it from any idea that there's a spirit behind it, right? And so one of the things with the hexagrams is a mathematical foundation, and that doesn't make it right or anything like that, or it doesn't make the readings necessarily right, but it gives you this input that you don't have unless that you engage somehow with something external to yourself in order to get this other feedback, even if the thing that's external to yourself is, as you say, leaning into, does this make me happier to if I imagine it this way or that way? Which is interesting that you mentioned that, because that was the next thing on the list, which is kind of a variation on that may be even more interesting to explore.
Yeah.
And that is in this book, which is called The Wise Advocate. And The Wise Advocate is something that came across my radar because I know one of the authors, and that's Josie Thomson, she's very, very big in neuroscience and specifically the neuroscience of leadership. So once upon a time, she lent me this giant stack of all these journals that she has filled with scientific studies of basically these years of studying the brain in terms of leadership and so forth. So one of the things that is interesting about their studies and so forth is the wise advocate question. How do you access this inner voice? And without a coin, which I think maybe they could add, I don't know, but you ask just a very simple question. Does this make me feel expansive or does it make me feel limited? So in combination with the wrap technique, I've found that really quite useful because part of the argument is that you can get in touch with this deeper part of your lizard brain, so to speak, and figure out what the actual fear is and override it a little bit by the actual expansiveness that you're trying to get after, because the limit may be a fear that is just totally irrational, that has nothing to do with it. But if you don't poke around those sorts of feelings, anyway, it's essentially a science book and focused on decision making and leadership and so forth. So the idea that there's a wisdom inside of biology, I find quite interesting. And so I recommend that one. And
yes. And just like the larger pattern of people ignoring those inner senses, those inner, and not having, that's sort of, I think of it as another language, almost like a primordial language that we're taught to ignore or we're not taught to really understand. And you have to be a good listener and almost have the training to listen to it and then learn to trust it. And it's a relationship.
I wouldn't go that far that you have to trust it. That's where the wrap technique comes in. So if you read Decisive, they have all these studies about people making decisions based on intuition. And in the numbers, in the spreadsheet God, it doesn't play out well. Intuition doesn't serve nearly as much as it. So it's listen but test. But the wise advocate thing is a little bit different because when it's really trying to figure out false scarcity, basically, but it's not intuition based. It's like, what is the truth of the thing that you are going after? Do you really think it's going to make you bigger or more expansive? That's the term. And I think that doesn't mean now go and do it and so forth, but yeah, intuition. Another book that comes to mind is Gift of Fear, I think, by Gavin de Becker. And that's quite an interesting book as well. I just think that as great as I thought The Gift of Fear is, and I do follow my intuition when there's spooky situations, I wish that I had started studying martial arts before that. I didn't have the gift of fear, because I was quite brutalized in a fight one time, and then I went and learned a martial art. But ever since after having the martial art, it's like, yeah, you can have all the radar that a situation is dangerous that you want, but if you don't have any sort of self-defense training, your gift of fear is not necessarily all that great. It's the combination. So I think that's kind of the point of Decisive. Definitely pay attention to what's going on, but have a testing mechanism.
I don't know if you're comfortable describing what the situation was, but I am curious about which martial art you got into after that.
Oh, sure. Well, what happened is I was with this guy who is an amazing mathematician, and now he's quite a successful software entrepreneur. And we were in undergrad together, and we had worked for 1-800-GOT-JUNK, which was just this bizarre job. And it was the early days. Like Cam was actually one of the main founders was actually in the Toronto office like all the time. And they were social engineering us with leaderboards, and they would have all these parties all the time and go for go-kart rides. And oh man, it was just bizarre, but it was cool. Like I learned a lot about business. It just in my implicit memory, just absorbing this unconsciously without. Well, I probably did criticize it because read a lot of Marx when I was in undergrad. Anyway, we used to hang out at bars afterwards, and we were at this bar one time, and there was a character that we saw many, many times, and he was always, we called him the janitor, and he was always with his daughter and was quite lascivious with his daughter. And anyhow, something came up where I was, and I think he had heard us making jokes about him over time, but I had gotten this new video camera and I was testing it. And the janitor got in his head that I was filming him with his daughter, him knowing that he does lascivious things with his daughter. So he comes over and he's like, "What are you doing with that camera?" And I don't even have a chance to answer. I just look up and he headbutt me so hard that I'm now blind from blood. I can't see.
Oh.
And Andrew's half cocked, like not in any position to do anything because he's drunk. And I wander out of this place and I get out in the street and this fist just goes bam and breaks my nose off my face. Luck upon luck, an ambulance just happens to be driving by and they see this. And then I get some blood out of my eyes. And the first thing I see is the ambulance driver writing a license plate number down on his glove. So that's how I got my nose broken. And there's a whole story of how I went to court and I almost went to law school as a result, because when I wrote my victim impact statement, the Crown lawyer for the government after, he was like, "Man, did you ever think of going to law school?" And I was like, "I do now." But it was interesting because my victim impact statement was written in such a way that the defense lawyer said, "You'd better plead guilty right now."
Wow.
It was, "You don't want this guy on the stand," basically, what she said. And so he went to jail or whatever and blah, blah, blah. And I got some funds from that. And it was how I actually first got to Germany. And that was on the strength of that. But I would not have my nose broken because I ended up having to have a surgery to fix it, and septoplasty and rhinoplasty and all kinds of stuff. It was a very, very bad thing.
So this was in Canada?
In Canada, in Toronto. And specifically, was it on the same street as that bar? No, that was on Woodbine, but a block over on Coxwell, there was I did a lot of jobs at that time. Like I worked for Community Care East York, and I was always riding my bike around to mow people's lawns and stuff like this, like elderly citizens. And there was this place called Fight Club. And you asked about Fight Club, the movie, and I guess it had come out. I was thinking about that. Yeah, probably Fight Club had come out when I was doing that. Anyway, it was called Fight Club. And I went in there and it wasn't fighting as such they were teaching, but Systema, which is the Russian martial art Systema. And
Can you spell that?
Systema. And Cyrillic is spelled differently. Anyway, there's like pictures when I'm on tour with my band, and like my shirt was my Systema shirt with the Cyrillic all the time, every show.
Nice.
And unfortunately, I don't have it anymore because it stunk by the end of that last tour. You couldn't wash it out. Anyway, I went in there. Emmanuel was the teacher at the time, and it was like a satellite one from Vladimir Vasiliev's school, which is in the northern part of Toronto. And I studied there. And then when I went to Vancouver, I wound up studying more in the school there. And I also went to classes in Berlin. And I just generally kind of kept up my own little private practice. I was going to go to the one in Brisbane, but that guy was clearly interested only in hurting people, which is not in the ethic of Systema. What makes it an extraordinary martial art that actually has saved my skin, literally in a practical sense, later in my life, when I did get in another confrontation, is that there's no katas, there's no forms, there's no belts, there's no bowing to teachers. The teacher is the student as much as the student is the teacher. Obviously, you need somebody to guide you around. But other than somebody saying, "Okay, let's do this next," everybody's learning from everybody else. And you do a lot of confrontation exercises. So you get really, really comfortable with people in your face. And like you literally do push-ups on top of each other, and you punch each other a lot in real deep muscle ways. And it's wild. It's just the strangest thing I've ever done. And I went and did personal training for several months as well with knife fighting. And that was really great. And I almost took my teacher's eye out one time, which was very scary. But nonetheless, I mean, these are blunt knives, and they're not sharp, but you could still do some damage when you're rolling around. I did blind training, like with a blindfold on, and you do stuff with chains and chairs, and it's just wonderful. And because there's no katas or forms, anybody who comes in with a kata or form, when you're prepared, this is not necessarily in the street, but when you're prepared, it quite blows them away because they're not used to somebody who's not responding hypnotically in a sort of procedural way to this, you do this, then I do that. It's like a completely different sort of situation. Anyway, the thing that happened, I lived in Manhattan and I was walking through Harlem. Well, probably better. Yeah, I guess it was Harlem. Anyway, I went into a bank machine and I came out and a guy, I don't know if he really had a gun, but he had his hand in his jacket and he was like, "Give me all your money or I'll blow you away," kind of thing. And I just went instantly, no thought, nothing. I just went instantly into this deep relaxation that I was trained to do in situations of conflict. My shoulders drop just like you're trained to do, because one of the theories in Systema is that in conflict, your shoulders will go up, which is signaling to the other brain that you feel like you're, so it's like a downward spiral of offensive, defensive stuff. But if you can break that cycle, you're already ahead of the game. So I felt myself just totally relaxed and I start to smile at this guy and he's like, "Wipe that smile off your face or I'm going to," and I don't know exactly how long we were standing there, but I wasn't doing anything and I didn't know what to do until that I did. And when the right moment came, I just stepped this way and then I stepped this way and then I ran into the nearest store. But the look on his face, he was so surprised, so bewildered, he didn't know what to do. Anyway, that was no conflict at all. And that's the theory of Systema. Whatever it is that you do, you end it as quickly as possible and you end it in such a way that that person wants no more of it. And if you can do it without touching them, even better. So
when I don't know if it fits into a category of Russian martial arts, if that's even the best taxonomy for it. But I always think of Krav Maga when I think of Russian. So I don't know if you have.
Well, Krav Maga is Israeli, isn't it?
Okay. Yeah, maybe it. So I was looking into this stuff over 10 years ago, so I think you're right about that. But maybe there's another Russian.
Comes out of Spetsnaz.
That's the military or special forces or something.
But it's very, very old. It also comes out of Sambo, and it comes out of like the stuff they did on the plains when they were warriors in the steppe or whatever. I don't know. I mean, there's a whole history to it, but the premise is that your enemy is not your enemy. Your enemy is just ill. There's something that they have a sin problem. Like there's a Christianity to it. And your goal is to heal them, not to hurt them, but to heal them. So there's a lot of geometry involved in it. But instead of a kata, I don't know much about Krav Maga, but I think Krav Maga is very much kill that person, right? But Systema is not. Systema is heal them.
Wow.
You that person is ill. They're possessed by Satan or whatever. Like it's not, they don't super press upon that in the classes, but if you read the books and so forth, and go through the video documentaries, that's really what it is. And so it's like origami. You just want to fold them and do it in a convincing way that just convinces them that this is over. Like you are taking the father God position. No, child, this is wrong. Boom. And then it's done. And then you walk away. And literally that's the instruction. Like just fold and leave as soon as possible.
Is there a documentary or a book you would recommend for people?
Well, one book that's really good, or I found really good, is called Let Every Breath. And a lot of these books that are out there are co-written with Vasiliev. There's another one. I don't remember the title, but I don't even know if you can get it anymore, but it was a very, very thin Systema manual. And in it, Vasiliev talks a little bit about this history. Also, like, I kind of had a nice little chuckle when Wim Hof came on the scene and all this cold water stuff. I was doing cold water stuff in Systema like a long time ago. And there, I mean, it's almost certainly pseudoscientific explanations, but in Vasiliev's little guide, you'll know it when you see it because it's got like military camouflage sort of cover. In this little guide, he says, what you're doing, you actually do cold exposure in the morning and the evening. And what you're doing is you're reversing the positive and negative charges that build up in your body, and you will never get sick. And I think that I have actually not gotten that too many illnesses as a result of cold exposure, but I don't know for sure. But in any case, since I got in Australia, there's not really any such thing as cold water anymore. But I used to do cold treatment for years and years when I was in Toronto and in New York and in Berlin. And the short amount of time, but felt very long amount of time I lived in Beijing. Cold water was definitely a thing there. So yeah, that's what that is. And I think it's
Yeah,
very
go
good because it does train your intuition, but it doesn't ask you to rely on it. But because you do so much work with the geometry of other bodies without an intention, you kind of just know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, my friends, when people, they come visit me and they're like, "Oh yeah, your Systema thing. Do you still practice?" And I said, "Try me." And they're always pleasantly surprised by what happens, even though it happens usually much faster than they're expecting.
Yeah.
But I will say this, and I'm sure Bruce Lee would tell you the same. If you're not paying attention and someone hits you in the back of your head, you're done. So it's not some magic thing. It's nothing to brag about, even if I put a little swagger in it just now. But when my friends say, just try me, I'm already expecting whatever they're going to do. So it's, but like I said, this mugging thing, I just automatically knew what to do. But if the guy had hit me from behind, I have no idea. But I think it does increase your situational awareness. I generally have a bigger situational awareness anyway, because in university, one of my many jobs, probably my least favorite job, but still the most interesting one, is that I worked as a store detective. And
oh, wow.
so I'm quite used to being aware of my surroundings, and not only being aware of my surroundings, but the place that I worked, you split your shift. So half the time you're the eye in the sky and half the time you're on the ground. So I used to operate 16 cameras. And so I really learned that place, and I was moving the cameras through these tubes and watching my partner. And, he would say, then I'd switch over to the camera, because you have to follow a chain of observation. And so if you're going to arrest somebody, you have to have in the evidence chain an unbroken visual sighting, and ideally the camera sighting. You can do it without having the footage, but you have a much better case when it gets to court if you have both. But yeah, so you actually can have the person on the floor lose sight of the person, but you don't want the cameras to lose sight. So it's a weird video game.
Sounds fun.
But it builds your spatial orientation for places quite intensely. And I almost never walk into any place without looking around to see what tubes are on the ceiling that might contain cameras and so forth. It's really and as I design my own place, I'm driving the people bonkers, because I'm like, no, but that angle, the visibility, that sort of thing. No, you can't do that. And no, and they just they don't understand why. They don't need to understand. It's kind of wild. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever got into internal martial arts. It's something I was reading about recently. And I mean, this almost Systema with the internal side of it. I mean, a lot of martial arts actually have the internal side to it, but I'm curious, like, if you see how you see those in terms of parallels with some of the spiritual practices. And I mean, it is kind of interesting that a lot of them, and I would maybe even say most of them, have a spiritual component or did at one stage. So like if there's a spectrum of, these spiritual arts and even spiritual warfare can be an aspect of that, but it's purely non-physical. And then you have these internal martial arts, which I'm not as familiar with. And then you have sort of the martial arts that people are most familiar with.
Yeah, well, I haven't thought of it in the terms of the internal martial arts, but a lot of meditation practices that I work on involve maximizing the experientiality of experience, let's say. So when I walk and do walking meditation, I am literally seeping every aspect of my consciousness that I possibly can into the sensation of my foot hitting the ground. And that is something that is in Systema. There's a lot of walking exercises in Systema, and you link the breath to walking. I talk a lot about this in Victorious Mind, like specifically the walking breath patterns. But then there's also the mental walking. So literally being with each and every step, each sensation of the air all around you, but the toes and then down, or I sometimes change and walk heel down to toe, and just being as deeply immersed in this as possible. So is that an internal martial art? I suppose so. All the breathing, like pendulum breathing I learned in Systema, and there's all kinds of other breathings that I've learned. We looked at one of the pranayama books that I have previously.
I think part of it is like managing internal state or managing internal energy. Like QI would be an example of that.
Qi, yeah.
Qi.
Well, I do a lot of Qi through Qigong.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know exactly how I would think about internal martial art, but at the end of the day, I think that the Germans have a great term, Lebensart, an art of life. So if your art of life doesn't have some kind of internal mental management, then get one. I mean, that's part internal martial arts, I would say, maybe something like the Wise Advocate or the RAP technique or various mental models, because that will help engineer your state. I had, I guess I still have them, certifications in NLP. I had the basic and the master.
Who'd you get certified by?
Will Horton, and that was through NGH, National Guild of Hypnotists. I also have hypnotherapy. I don't know if it's hypnotherapy, hypnosis certification. And that was with, I think her name will come to me in a second, but that was in Toronto. And the Will Horton guy, I think he's in Florida, but he came up to Toronto. And these are really, really great things to do. And are they a kind of internal martial art? I don't know. Those people in particular have some pretty wild ideas, but because I am very hypnotizable, I had some interesting experiences inside of my training. So when they did the past life access sort of thing, I definitely had an experience, and it was wild. I don't really believe in it being an actual past life that I accessed, but it sure was intense. Yeah, I love that stuff.
Like what's the type of dreaming called where you control it?
Oh, lucid dreaming.
Lucid dreaming.
Yeah, lucid dreaming I've done. I don't really like it as much as just remembering dreams, because I have the illusion of control all day long. So why do I need more of it when I'm sleeping? I prefer to remember what happened in dreams, and I do a lot of dream journaling and recapturing them. But when I go lucid, I try to just get out of it as soon as possible. I find it quite tedious.
You have any thoughts on, do you watch UFC, and do you have any thoughts on like how UFC, to me, UFC is interesting because it's sort of finally putting to the test after literally millennia, all these different martial arts to see like what's actually the best. And you sort of find that it's a combination of mostly, jujitsu plus striking and maybe kickboxing. That's, I don't have a deep understanding of it, but I think it's so interesting how like Aikido, for example, you don't really see anybody using that too much or that being their dominant form. But so some of these martial arts that have seemingly had an aura around them of like, this solves all the problems and this can handle anything. It turns out that there's something wrong with them that is exposed by the crucible of the UFC.
Yeah, I don't watch it, so okay. I couldn't really comment. I would just come back to that sort of principle that if those guys don't have situational awareness and they're in a bar or whatever, and someone hits them over the back of the head with a bottle, that'd be the test. With cameras and so forth, I mean, I'm sure there's great athleticism going on, but it's a different thing. There's an element of clear and obvious manufacture that is clearly and obviously not really the test of those martial arts.
Right.
In any, you don't know what's coming situation. You do know what's coming. Not only do you know what's coming, you know the weight of the guy. You probably know what he eats.
And there's no weapons.
You can watch endless hours of footage of them and so forth. And I don't want to comment too much, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's the same thing, and I don't think it's really the ultimate crucible. Actually, far from it.
It's interesting.
It's too much manufacture. There's also, as we know, behind the scenes engineering of, you're going to take this hit. It's like if you ever see, well, I don't know, like I don't know this specifically, but that has happened in sports, and it'd be really surprising if it didn't happen in this sport also. But a great movie about this is that Red Belt that we mentioned last time.
Red Bell.
Belt.
Belt. Red Belt.
I believe that's what it's called. The David Mamet movie. It's not totally about this, but it has that sort of element in it. And it is an interesting idea. And also like sort of completely unrelated, but worth looking at in this context. Mulholland Drive by David Lynch. I mean, the whole Angelo Badalamenti scene where they're giving him some special coffee or whatever, and he's like spitting the coffee up into the napkin. And his whole goal there is that you're going to hire this actress. This is the girl. And the director of the movie, inside the movie, he resists it, but the engineering of powers behind the scenes is so intense that he winds up choosing that girl despite all odds. So I don't know if you think of the recent Mike Tyson, Jake Paul sort of thing.
I was thinking Netflix.
The element of manufacture there, and everybody gets paid and everybody's happy, and it's a great comment on the real value of your ego.
And really, there's an emerging criticism of a lot of sports, whether it's NBA, NFL, where the players are becoming more empowered and they're getting paid so much, and so they're doing load management, and they're not trying as hard in the All-Star games, and
they're quiet quitting.
Yeah, so there's an element of lack of competitiveness, and I think UFC has sort of, in some ways, been a reaction to that, or they've tried to stand against that, in the sense that they, at least in their branding, they try to position themselves as, we're not doing that as much. But I think you're still right that there is a lot of orchestration of stuff, and you can't just bring this stuff into the real world and assume it's going to carry over perfectly. There's a lot of it is a sort of artificial environment. So I agree with you on that.
I think politics is the new sport where people are really bringing more and more depths and levels of performance. That may be too weak of an analogy, but I'm not sure it's as weak as it seems once you really start to get into it. I mean, the investment into it must be parallel, or even it probably exceeds sport investment substantially. I'm not sure. That would be an interesting economic project for people to do, to compare sports investment against investment in various political figures and so forth. But the arena has become extraordinarily intense, and all the more so because of the rise of public protest and so forth, which is tied at the hip with it. And you wind up getting certain politicians looking absolutely ridiculous in front of these crowds because, they're whatever, but their performativity is extraordinary. And I don't want to name particular figures, but you can just think of these hunched over old men who have no relationship to the very people that would oust them within seconds if they had a chance, but they're fighting in their favor, and they find inside of themselves in their 70s and their 80s and so forth, this extraordinary athleticism of both body and mind to be out there screaming into microphones. It's extraordinary to watch. It's like I don't know what it's like, but it's Shakespearean in some sense. It's really, it's athletic to me. That's what it is. It's a performance that requires a deep internal energy to do, and it reminds me of sports a lot.
Is there a particular Shakespeare play that comes to mind?
Yes, well, the line that was coming to mind is, "This to hear would Desdemona seriously incline." This kind of, as good a person as Desdemona is symbolically in Othello, she's really in every way categorized as light, but she still likes the war stories. She's still got a flavor for conflict, at least in Othello's view. Now, Iago doesn't see it that way, because Iago just sees her as perfect, and he wants that destroyed because he doesn't like good. He hates anything that's good. And so what he manages to do is take Othello's perception of her light, find that little darkness that she inclines to, and expand it. And you could think of it as a game of chess, and Othello is a pawn, and he's just moved around perfectly to destroy. It's a psychomachia. It's a angel and the devil over your shoulder, but the angel is quickly pictured as a devil. Anyway, that the politics in there, and of course Julius Caesar. I mean, there's a point I get to in Julius Caesar where I just can't read it anymore because it's just what, like, how is this possible? It's overwhelming, really. The machinations, but the humanness of it.
Could you explain just briefly what the psychomachia is?
Yeah, so psycho is like soul or the psychology, and machia is battle, war. So the war of the soul. So it's that classic image of an angel over one shoulder, a devil over the other, and they're fighting over the soul of the human in between.
So is that I'm just wondering what field of study or what discourse or literature that comes out of.
It could come out of any, but narratology, certainly.
I was thinking narratology, maybe. Okay.
Or literary theory, but yeah, it's a narratology thing. And it's really important. I mean, I used to give a lecture when I was a film studies professor about how Othello, the geometry in Othello is almost identical in Star Wars 3, Revenge of the Sith, where, what is her name? Padme or something like this. The princess is made as a Desdemona-like figure, and Anakin is the Othello figure, and the Iago figure is Palpatine or whoever it is that's pressing on him to actually kill the figure of his love, to actually kill the only thing that is close to perfection. It's geometrically the same psychomachia. It's wild how close they are. Not on the surface, although there are a lot of surface elements that are shared because of the politics and various other dynamics, but in the actual I mean, if you get into narratology, there's all kinds of wonderful little models that you can learn and remember. Morphology of the Folktale by Vladimir Prop will completely rewire your brain. You'll never look at stories the same way again. And you'll never write them the same way again, probably either. I mean, maybe you will, but I never did. There's the 36 dramatic situations. We mentioned some of this previously. Yeah. And Aristotle, of course, has in the Poetics a lot of this mapped out. And it's important because a lot of people that create the stories that we watch, they do study Aristotle, and they do know these various Propian functions, as Prop called them in the morphology of the folktale. And the more you study it, the better you build the puzzles, or the worse you might make them, because it could be a little too studied. But yeah, that's narratology. Gerard Genet is a good person to read for narratology, especially because he took it to this meta level, which he called paratext. And paratext is a great book to read, where you can, I mean,
could you spell that?
But Paratext.
Okay, that's easy.
If you extend it to everything that's continuing to happen, basically the paratextual idea is that our understanding of, and we know this as people who prime or do various accelerated learning techniques, the more that you pay attention to the back cover and the colophon page and the index and all that, the more you're putting meat on the bones before you even read the book. But he gets into all that stuff in lots of different ways. But if you extend it to movie posters, and then you extend it to Instagram posts and all this sort of stuff, you see that there's text upon text upon text, these layers that really pre-configure how you perceive things. And it can make you like things that actually aren't that likable and dislike things that are actually very, very good.
Could you spell his last name? You said Gerard Genet.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's Genette. That would be my guess. Or if it's just one T.
Okay. So what's the next book in your stack?
So speaking of all these things of Systema and not necessarily relying on your intuition, but also having some sort of training regime or mental model, the real work by Adam Gopnik speaks to that. It's on the mystery of mastery. And this was recommended to me by Jamie Ian Swiss, who is a magician. And he told me, he said, I'm not just recommending it to you because I'm featured deeply in this book, and he's a major figure in it. But he thought it would really, really help me because as I was doing my due diligence on whether or not I'm going to build a bookstore or not, my actual original idea was to build a magic theater because my magic skills are good enough to do magic professionally. And I have done it semi-professionally. I used to perform all the time. So I thought, well, I'll make a magic theater. Anyway, I went and got consulting with people like Jamie Ian Swiss, who he had managed Monday Night Magic in New York for a long time. And he didn't remember me, but I remembered him because I met him there many, many
Is that a
years
famous
ago.
thing in New York?
It was for me. I don't know. I don't know how famous it is. You know how it is. Like, yeah, of course. But then nobody's ever heard of it. But yeah, it was. Well, I mean, anything that you can do in New York for, I think it ran 15, 20 years, something like this. Like if you could pull that off,
yeah,
then that's just successful, period. So yeah,
Yeah.
I guess we could call it famous. Anyway, I mean, he's an extraordinary magician. And so I asked him about various angles that you would never find in an interview about what it is to run a magical theater. And I talked to Michael Close, who's the producer on Fool Us, and talked to Jean Farquhar, who also has a little magic theater actually it's not that little, but his own magic theater in New Westminster, which is part of Vancouver. Anyway, I really went deep into this thing about whether I'm going to do a magic theater or not. And ultimately I decided I can just do magic in a memory palace bookshop kind of thing if I feel like it, because I have these health issues. And yes, even though I can perform, it would be not fair to the audience and not fair to myself to be performing when I really should just be chilling out. So I changed that thing. Anyway, the real work I thought was a really, really good book because it solves it literally is the subtitle is On the Mystery of Mastery. It doesn't solve the puzzle, but it goes quite deep in it. And it's the kind of book that I really love because it's immersion journalism. It's not, okay, so I read these books and here's what these books say. Gopnik had never had a driver's license. So he literally goes and gets a driver's license. And he's not just hanging around with these magicians, but he's taking on a deeper knowledge of what they mean. And that's where the term real work comes from, is from magic. And what magicians will say to each other is, hey, do you have any work on this routine? Or what's the real work on this? Because it means many, many different things. But basically it means how much of your soul did you sell to be able to do this? And I'm not interested in any little gimmick that doesn't involve, a pound of flesh kind of thing. So I really liked this book a lot. I really enjoyed it. And
so it's mostly on the magic community?
No. Like I say, he goes and learns to cook. He learns to do art. He learns to get his driver's license because he never had a driver's license. So I don't know what his age was, but I think it's 55 or something. And in New York, he's finally getting a driver's license.
I mean, it sounds kind of like the first 20 hours.
I don't know that, but
you know the guy who wrote the personal MBA?
Yeah, I don't know that one either.
Oh.
But this is a New Yorker journalist, so it's a journalistic kind of book. But it's immersion. It's it belongs to the genre I would call immersion journalism.
Josh Kaufman is the guy I was referring to, personal MBA and the first 20 hours.
Is that the guy who recently had a wave of videos attacking him for pseudoscientific recommendations of various medicines? Not sure.
It's probably not. That doesn't sound like him. But there's got to be multiple people named Josh Kaufman. So
No, I just thinking of the title Personal MBA. I think there's a podcast like that where the guy was recently.
Yeah, it came out in 2010. So that was his big book. And then First 20 Hours kind of documented his first 20 hours in a bunch of different skills. And but yeah,
Well, the real work is not about the first 20 hours. It definitely is about that and beyond, and then what's beyond that and what's beyond that. We're like, if we'd have to go back further in ourselves, but Max Malini, we looked at Max Malini, the guy who would produce a block of ice in front of your eyes on a table on the hottest day of summer, right? That's real work. You're not going to learn that in 20 hours. You won't even understand.
Yeah.
You won't even understand how it's possible to have the acting skills required to do that in 20 hours. I mean, that's me being a bit bombastic, but I only mean to distinguish. Real work is 10,000 hour rule. It's this story isn't in that book, but it reminds me of this story I've heard several times in several ways, where a woman is in, a Viennese cafe or whatever, and she sees her favorite violinist, and she says to him, "You're my favorite violinist." And he says, "Oh, thank you." And she says, "I would sell my soul to be able to play like you." And he looks her in the eye and he says, "Well, ma'am, that's exactly what I did." That's the real work, not the first 20 hours, not to dismiss whatever juicy, wonderful, interesting things come out of the first 20 hours, but that's just not what that book is. And that's not what the term means.
What is the significance of selling one's soul? What does that mean, or what does that refer to?
Well, it can mean many, many different things, but the one answer that comes to mind comes from Jamie Ian Swiss, who recommended that book to me. And in one of his magic lectures, he said, no one with a rational mind will ever, ever, ever think that a magician would go to the extents that a magician will go to in order to entertain you for less than a second. And an entertainment you will likely forget. Right? So is that selling your soul? I don't know, but I mean, we talked about The Prestige, right? And The Prestige has this famous scene where one of the magicians, I think the magician is based off a guy named Chong Lin Su, something like that. He literally walked a particular way his entire life to hide the fact that he was actually carrying a fishbowl between his knees. He didn't walk that way at all, but in order to pull off the illusion where a fishbowl appears on the stage, he adopted that thing so that no one would think that that's the most obvious thing in front of you. And it's the most astonishing illusion. So
I mean, I think of
that
Faust,
soul,
like when I think of selling soul, I think of Faust, because that's sort of, to me, the most famous reference within the classics.
Well, we're using it as a turn of phrase, but Faust has many more interesting implications. I mean, Faust is a psychomachia, first of all. It's a battle for the soul. And it depends on which Faust that we're talking about. So the Goethe Faust has a kind of interesting scientific palette to it. And Goethe is all very much Bildungsroman focused. And so there's a lot of how does one immerse themselves in society. But the Marlowe Faust is John Dee, kind of more in the realm of maybe what you would call the incel. It's literally, the guy is not doing it for knowledge at the end of the day. It's like, is this the face that burnt the topless towers of Ilium? Or is this the face that launched 1,000 ships and burnt the topless towers of Ilium? Like to get that nookie with Helen of Troy, that's a very different way of selling your soul. And I didn't mean it in that way. I meant it in paying the pound of flesh in order to have a skill. And that means you have to sacrifice. You have to spend the time. So I think one of these books sort of speaks to that in a second. That kind of dedication to something where you put aside other things you could do, You put aside playing video games, you put aside whatever. And the real work is about that. Like, what is it that these magicians really have to do? What is it that driving can be like, but doesn't necessarily have to do? Like, what's the distinction here? Because there are people who are master drivers. And then what is it in art? You know, the guy who, like cloaca isn't mentioned in the real work, but cloaca is an interesting art that comes to mind, where a guy just builds a machine that replicates the human gut, and once a day, a cook chef comes in, feeds it, and then another once a day, some poo comes out, right? So what's the difference between that and Michelangelo, right? Is there a difference? Like, is the real work that this guy really thought so deeply? How am I going to make millions?
What's the guy's name? How do you spell his name?
Which guy?
You just said a name a few seconds ago that
the cloaca. I'm not sure the name of the artist.
Oh,
cloaca.
That's the medical.
No, that's the term of
the body part.
It's a device that consumes chef-made food and then produces feces at the end. And I believe it's spelled Cloaca. It was here in Australia not that long ago in Hobart. So it travels around, cloaca, and it's still going. Like, this has got to be 20 years old, this thing, and it's still traveling the world. This exhibition. This is the same artist. I don't know his name, but it's the same artist who tattoos pigs. I believe another one of his exhibition is that he just, I shouldn't say just, but because there is a cleverness to it that maybe does involve a real work of thinking, but he like glued a bunch of flies to a wall, and that goes into an art gallery. Is it decadence or is it genius? I don't know, but is it the same thing that Michelangelo was doing? I don't think so, especially when you think about Michelangelo not wanting to paint that ceiling, you know? It was the last thing that he wanted to do. But he was made to do it, and he did it well. So selling your soul, you know, sometimes your soul is sold for you, as in the Michelangelo case. Or at least as the Irving Stone puts it in his book about Michelangelo.
I put it into ChatGPT, and it's saying Wim Delvoye, a Belgian.
Yeah, that sounds right. I think that sounds right, but I don't know. I love conceptual art, so I don't mean to demean it, but is it real work? I don't know. I don't think so.
Reminds me of the Banana on the Wall by Maurizio Cattelan, which was exhibited at Art Basel, Miami Beach in 2019.
Oh, with the duct tape?
Sold for $120,000.
Yeah.
And I think there was a Super Bowl ad where Chris Hemsworth, as his brother, just grabs the banana off the wall and eats it or something.
Right.
An artist named David DeTuna later ate the banana, calling it performance art, titled Hungry Artist. So I guess somebody just went into the exhibit and ate it and then called it performance art. And there was a controversy, I guess.
Believe me, I love all that stuff. I'm a big fan of conceptual art, but is it real work? As a magician, I'm not sure.
Well, it's sort of like getting back into politics. One of Trump's big things right before the election was getting the garbage truck and then wearing the sort of high-vis vest and sort of taking material and really the McDonald's thing, you know, working the McDonald's drive-through. That was
that's agitprop. You call that agitation propaganda. That's what that is. It's great. It's glorious because it owns them. They get so riled up about it, but they can't see that they do it too. Like the endless pictures of Biden eating ice cream. Come on. It's the same pile, different flies. And and why it works as agit propaganda is because they just can't see that they're finger pointing and the finger isn't going the other way. They can't see it. It's so wild how blind. It's Shakespearean. It really is.
So what's the next book on your
Speaking of Shakespeare?
Yeah,
Shakespeare.
Oh, awesome. Complete Shakespeare.
I can't recommend doing your duties with or your due diligence with Shakespeare enough. However, with a caveat. Also read his contemporaries. So know the Spanish tragedy, I think was Thomas Kyd. Know the Duchess of Malfi, which is John Webster. There's so many wonderful texts that surround Shakespeare that will dimensionalize him even more. Know your John Dryden. because Shakespeare's not the only guy who can turn a phrase, you know. So yeah, I did a lot of Shakespeare. I thought I would do Shakespeare when I was in university. I had Hirsch Zeifman in a graduate project where I did King Lear and also Howard Barker's Seven Lears and compared those two. And Zeifman talked me out of doing Shakespeare. He was like, dude, you will never, ever, ever, ever contribute anything to the field of Shakespeare. You won't have the time in one lifetime to read enough to contribute anything. And I think that that's right, actually. I mean, he was more old school. Nowadays, they'd say, oh, well, tape Shakespeare to the wall and write write an essay about it and have a famous actor like try to spit on it or tear a page and swallow it and then recite it or whatever. Like you could do your PhD and that will be accepted on that. But I think Zeifman was right to be more old school and just like, yeah, you like your Howard Barker adaptation of Seven Lears or whatever, but you don't base a career on that. Do something more substantial. So that was a great gift. But I was deep into Shakespeare, and I still read a couple times a year one of the plays and memorize a bit. And
which one did you read most recently?
Actually, I was reading Othello, and then I read the Henry plays about 8 months ago or so. Really, really amazing stuff. So I highly recommend that. But again, with the caveat, to really dimensionalize Shakespeare, read his contemporaries and some of the other poets that are going to, because there's Harold Bloom has this thing of like Shakespeare invented the human and psychology. I just don't think that that's fully the case. So I'm glad that I read a lot of the other stuff, especially Webster, like Duchess of Malfi is really great. I think it's maybe one of the first werewolf stories in a way. I like that. There's an interesting movie they made out of Malfi also. There was a period where people were making movies. I think they also did the Spanish Tragedy, a movie based on it, or maybe it was one of the other ones. But it didn't quite explode. But it was really interesting that they started to tap into some of the non-Shakespearean, like the Jacobean era plays. But it didn't catch on. It wasn't as popular as I thought it would be. But it really gruesome.
Yeah. Do you know who the director, the rough year that came out? The Duchess of Malfi.
Well, I think, is his name Christopher Eccles? I think he was an actor in either Malfi or the one that I think was based on Spanish Tragedy. And I think Alex was the name of one of the directors. And it was probably the Alex, can't think of his last name, who had done, I can't think of that movie. There's a lot of, I'd have to start doing some Google searching. It may come to me later. There was a movie that this Alex guy did that has to do with the Estevez brothers, where they were the actors in it. But my film studies days have have drifted deep into the mists of time. I can look this up later if you want.
Yeah, there's a 1972 BBC television adaptation with Eileen Atkins as the Duchess, and then there's a 2014 stage-to-screen recording, a film production of the Globe Theatre's version starring Gemma Arteron as the Duchess.
Right, Christopher Eccleston, that's the actor's name I was looking for. I think I said Eccles. So...
Okay. So what's then maybe we can come back to it, but what's your next book? And if you want to do the zines at any point, we can.
Sure. Well, you let me know when you'd like to switch. Just on this matter of mastery. This is How to Master Chord Changes and Harmony by Sergio Klein. And this is that kind of thing where, you're going to pay a certain price to learn this stuff. And yeah, I mean, just really focusing on what it is to modify a scale is what this book is very good on. And it's basically helping with daily techniques. So I recommend this. It's going to be probably more attractive to guitar players, but I think anybody could benefit from it. And Klein is one of these people who has paid their dues. And I like that he finally wrote a book, because I used to talk to him a lot and I couldn't understand what he was saying. It's like, this has to be in a book, because he talks very, very fast. And he's so excited about music that it was really hard for me to learn from him. But now that it's in a book, it's much easier. And he's into like really cool stuff, like limited hexaphonic transpositions. And that is a great kind of exercise to put yourself through, just to understand that exists, and to learn to solo inside of those things. I mean, I'm not a soloist by any stretch of the imagination, but just putting myself through the paces has expanded my musical vocabulary a great deal and helped me write better, compose better. Nobody wants to listen to my compositions, believe me, because they have a lot of maximum angularity, you might say. They're very discordant, but nonetheless, I'm more pleased with them because I have more insight into what it is that I like from studying chords, and how that you can modify scales, or what the modification of scales is really all about. And that's just a great thing to do the real work with that book if you're into music and wanted to let people know about it.
Yeah,
More
maybe,
real work.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Maybe we could get into the zines now.
Oh, sure. Okay, so where do you want to start with this topic of zines?
Well, I guess we could just give sort of a historical background of when they really emerged and when the heyday was. And then also you've done a small amount of publishing of zines yourself. And so, I mean, my mind also goes to like samizdat type stuff. And I don't know if that makes sense to work that in, but that's always been.
I don't know what samizdat is.
It's sort of the, if I'm saying it correctly, it's the Russian sort of underground publications during the USSR, and sort of the idea of underground publication as a political thing and sort of resisting a regime.
Right. Yeah, I don't know much about that. I really don't know when the whole term zine emerges. I know that it was big when I was a teenager, and that's how I got into it. And cut and paste was the other term that you would often use. Oh, that's a cut and paste magazine. But basically, it's just seizing the means of production for yourself and making whatever it is that you want to publish and distributing it yourself without submitting stories to magazines or traditional publishers. But I did that when I was younger as well. I was in high school when I had my first traditional magazine piece published, and I think I got $50 or something for it. But I had so much more pleasure and insight and fulfillment from doing it myself. And unfortunately, I don't have any of the early things except for one. I have some photographs that people have sent me, which I sent you one of them. But the one that I did keep, and I'm not even sure why I kept it, was it does literally get to the idea of cut and paste, because what you do to make them is you cut up other things and you paste them in, and then you use a photocopier to make the copies, and it gives it this kind of old look, and it's not always that easy to read certain things, but that's like part of its charm. It's almost like black metal, where lo-fi is the key. And they can be political. Some people are just doing political things. They can be focused on poetry. They can be focused on fiction. There was a guy I knew named John Barlow who died recently in Toronto. That guy did more zines, but he would call them chapbooks, I think, actually. But he did so much stuff. And sometimes they would just be a single strip of paper with a poem on it that he would distribute. And he would just walk around Toronto, like giving these to anybody who who would take it. Myself, I was quite interested in doing it through the mail. So there were zine aggregators. There were zines that were about zines. So one was Broken Pencil in Toronto. I think Broken Pencil started in 95. And Hal Nedzwiecki was the guy's name, or Nadzwiecki, something like that was his name. And I don't know how long he ran it for, but he did events, and I went to some of those events in Toronto, and I traded my zines at them and got all kinds of zines from people. Anyway, this one is The Only Legal Substitute for Prayer. I'm not sure why I kept it, but I'm very interested in just like accidental art, and I don't remember exactly how I did it, but somehow I found out that the computer would put out all kinds of bizarre stuff if you did certain things. Like it would just produce code or whatever that is. I don't know. And so I cut it all up in interesting configurations, but I made it as a kind of metaphor for identity. And in The Only Legal Substitute for Prayer, which the title is handwritten there, with this image of a jester and a soldier from 30 Years' War. It's basically a story of a man who goes to a store and he steals a mannequin. And a lot of these are the photos, they're descriptions of the photos that the police find in his apartment. And the police gradually work out that he stole this mannequin and sprinkled some kind of substance on it called the only legal substitute for prayer. And it brought the mannequin to life. But then what happened is that the mannequin found the only legal substitute for prayer and then brought all the other mannequins in the shopping mall to life. And then they came back and killed the man who, in this Promethean
sort of Frankenstein
fire. Yeah, I mean, it's quite
Frankenstein's
I'm quite aware of what I'm borrowing from. Although later when I saw The Matrix, I was like, damn, they're copying Agent Smith there. But there was no shopping mall. They did that in anyway. But this later evolved into not a zine, but my first published book, which was Solid as Echo. So pretty much all this text is in Solid as Echo, but then it becomes a novella, and there's some other pieces in here. One of which won the third prize at the Robbie Burns poetry event at York University, where, what was his name? Derek Kewen, I think. This really big Shakespeare scholar at that university, he read the poem that won. And listening to him read that, because he had gravitas, it was so wild. Anyway, I think I got $30 or something for that. So Solid as Echo was put out by Six Gallery Press, but it wouldn't have existed if I hadn't, set the format by doing a lot of these. Anyway, I had so many of these zines. My mom had a photocopier in her office at a place that she worked. And as long as I paid for the paper, I was allowed to use that. And later we did the same thing. In university, we used the printer at the graduate lounge when I was in grad school, and we made open letter closed book. Now this would technically be not a zine, but a chapbook. But this one was
what is a
politics.
chapbook?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the exact terminology is, because chapbooks can mean different things. But
sort of a little.
It's very. I don't know if it has to do with budget. This doesn't have to do with budget. Even though we got the printing for free, we had to bring our paper. And yeah, this was not cheap. We also were allowed to use at Coach House Press the book cutter to chop off the sides and all that sort of stuff. But this was not a cheap exercise. I mean, we had to buy the knives at the back because the pages are all closed, and we put plastic knives. So yeah, I wouldn't put chapbook as cheap. No, that may be in the etymology, but I think the people who put these out are actually often very angry about how much they spend, and then no one cares about what they've done. Anyway, there's a long story about what this is, because it's a parody of Open Letter. And the guy who put together Open Letter, Frank Davey was his name, I think. He was not very pleased at us for doing that, but he had rejected our piece because Open Letter had a call, and we wrote what we thought was a very, very substantial submission for the call for submissions, and it was rejected. And so we just used our young energy to make that parody. And then we thought, wow, let's start our own little press while we were doing it, because this is so much fun. And it was called Produce Section Press. We did a bunch of stuff. Another one was this, which is called A Tone Neither Overflowing Clause, and it is meant to look like a guillotine. So it's slightly tipped like a blade, and we spent hours and hours and hours dipping these in paint to have blood. And sometimes if you open them, like the pages will tear. We also, for this one, we had to go to a different printer to get printed ink, colored ink. Sorry. We went to town for this. So it's
sort of an illumination.
Yeah.
Those capital letters that are ornately designed.
Speaking of Faust, this is a dialogue between Mephistopheles and Fulk Greville. And Fulk Greville is one of the people who sometimes is thought of as another possible explanation for who wrote Shakespeare. So basically, I played the role of Mephistopheles, demonstrating time and time again how Fulk Greville could not possibly have written Shakespeare. I mean, just look at what you just sent me in your letter. The very first word is already evidence that you have no such thing, no such skill. Anyway, it was quite funny, and I think everybody's head gets chopped off in the end. Then I did. Sorry,
I thought I might just give a little bit of detail on chapbook because I looked it up. They were popular from the 16th to 19th century. Cheap, widely accessible books sold to common people, containing poetry, folklore, myth, fairy tales, religious tract and moral stories, political pamphlets, typically 5 by 8 inches or smaller, 8 to 32 pages, staple bound or folded rather than professionally bound. And they were they got their name from the men who sold them, called chap men. And chap comes from Old English CEAP, which means trade or bargain. And so these traveling merchants or peddlers sold goods, including books, small household items, and trinkets in the Middle Ages throughout Britain and Europe. And so it was sort of like the books. It almost sounds like, you go to your local pharmacy or convenience store and they have a small number of books that they sell. It's kind of like, for people that don't go to bookstores, like that's literally what they have access to, or that's what they're buying.
Yeah. In Canada at the time, I haven't heard that history, but what we meant literally was like a small press production under 100 pages.
Yeah.
Although I think this is probably more than 100 pages, but it was generally something about us taking command. Yeah, this is 125 pages. Us taking initiative to make our own thing, to make our own press. And I think it was used as a small press thing more than trinkets, or it was meant to be quite literary. And we took our stuff to various small press conventions and so forth. And I don't remember exactly if we had arguments or debates about the meaning of the term. It was just a commonly used thing. And I think it meant to distinguish us from a major press without saying that we were a small press.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very artistic thing. So this is sort of taking the chapbook and elevating it.
Actually, it's good that you mentioned that, because part of our mandate, Rob and I, this is Rob Reed and myself, our mandate was that the content should be interesting to read, but the book should be an object as such that it would be kept as something interesting to look at. There always had to be some kind of visual interest. So the idea of the pages being closed, I mean, I remember seeing people who cut it all open and they're like, of course we're going to cut it open. This is amazing. And we're going to read it. Right. And they loved it on that basis. But there were other people who were just like, no, this has to be sealed just as it was because of the object nature of it. So it was interesting to see that division, how different people treated it. And then this one, some people never read it because the paint was so gooey on certain ones, trying to find a page where that would happen. But I think I've opened all these ones. But it's meant to be both. But we did have an idea that we never finalized, which I wish that we had, and maybe I will do it in the future, which was a book that would have a hole in the center and then a handcuff closing it. So because you didn't have the key to the handcuff, you would have to rip the book around the handcuff, and you would basically have to choose which part of the text you were going to destroy, not really being able to see what it was, but some part of that text would be lost because of how you chose to rip it around the handcuff. We speaking of like expenses and so forth, we just found that we didn't want to do it with plastic handcuffs because that would just be not the look we were looking for. And to get real handcuffs was just going to be too expensive to do 100 at a time. But we always kept it in our mind because, you know, being young and dumb, we thought we would be successful eventually to have enough budget to do it. But alas, we did not.
And that's actually how they destroy books or pulp them, is they punch a hole through the middle, and that's considered sort of destroying it so that it can be turned back into paper and recycled, and nobody would bother to still try to read it with a hole in the middle.
Right. Yeah, but you know, maybe William S. Burroughs gets them and then he does something with them. But
I also wanted to mention a famous book related to guitar. I got into jazz guitar several years ago, and just improv. And there's a book called The Real Book, the most famous jazz fake book. So the original was created in the 1970s by students at the Berklee College of Music, which is a very famous school of music, and contained hundreds of jazz standards in lead sheet format. And it was basically an illegal sort of underground publication, and it's become the sort of most famous, or one of the most famous books of its kind in jazz. So like when you're learning jazz guitar, that's like sort of the book to get. And I guess they eventually made a legal version of it where they got the rights to everything. But it's just kind of an interesting, I don't know if there's any other book quite like it in any discipline where like the core book of the discipline is an illegal book.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I don't know. But I mean, the whole thing about jazz and legality is itself a topic that's quite huge, because jazz partly emerges out of the idea that you're going to call that chord progression copyrighted. Oh, well, au contraire. Let's just change the nature of chord progression and, you know, put the turnaround on there, and away we go. So that legality in jazz overall is quite an interesting thing. And we have the problems of territorialization and so forth. I think with Sergio, if you ever get into his stuff and watch his videos, there's not enough of them. He's really concerned that you learn to make things that haven't been heard before. So a problem with a lot of music is that people who listen to a lot of music, they get exhausted, basically pattern exhaustion, because you heard so much that it's very, very difficult to hear things that you haven't heard before. So fake books are great, but they can lead you into just basically being a repeater of things that everybody has heard before. And
I guess it's actually being repeated in AI because they've all been training on these illegal sets of books, and now the hammer is probably going to come down, and that's why they're paying all the authors like, hey, take this 2,500 so we can get the rights to your book.
I think it's all futile. None of the people have a problem with thinking that because they put in the real work, which usually isn't even close to the real work, that somehow this is the guarantor of their ownership over the thing. And I mean, I'm partly biased because of when I was interning at Bloomsbury, and one of my jobs was to answer the letters from authors who were like, "Where's my royalty checks?" And it's like, well, you're still 2,000 in the hole, you know, or you're still 10,000 in the hole, or whatever it is, right?
Because they got an advance and they hadn't sold enough books to earn beyond that.
Right. And they may have deals where they not only have to be in the black, but they have to have had a certain earning threshold before they ever get a payout. And most of them never are, right?
So just to explain for people, like let's say you get an advance of $10,000 and you need to sell 1,000 books to earn that $10,000. And so even if they sell 11,000, they might have a threshold of like, they won't get paid anything till they make at least that 11,000th dollar. So the 10,000 of the advance plus an additional 1,000 until they make that 1,000 in terms of their cut of the book, they won't get paid anything. So that's I think that's basically what you're referring to. Dynamic.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on the contract. And it's just an 80-20 distribution bracket, right? They're going to make their money from having a huge backlist and then one or two books that do well. That's basically how it's going to happen. And then most authors are never going to get their advance back. And if they do, they're not going to reach the payout threshold. And so this whole AI thing and the publishing houses paying authors in advance to train on their text, I think it's all just going to amount to nothing at the end of the day, because it already is nothing and it always has been nothing. The thing that makes books work is having something that people want to read and making sure that you explain to them why that they want to read it and that it's very, very clear. And then ideally having that reading experience so fulfilling that they want more. And no one is going to easily arrest that from you if you work on the real work of becoming an author. It's going to be very, very difficult to take that away if you can develop that. And the machines can make all kinds of stuff. They can pump out whatever they want. I don't think that really threatens the marketing that is needed in order to actually convince people that this is the thing that they want if they're cold, and then continue to have them want more of it once they're warm. I don't see how that really endangers much.
You mentioned earlier you had read Marx when you were younger, and I was curious if, how you've processed that over the years, or what you think about his work, and then if that connects to anything with the current issues with AI.
Oh, there's so much that could be said. I think, the thing with Marx is he correct about time? I think that's ultimately, do you really sell your time, right? Or
is that the labor theory of value that you're referring to?
Yeah, well, or I guess maybe a better way to put it is time really valuable, right? And that to me is the ultimate question in Marx. And I think at the end of the day, where it all falls apart is that time is not valuable. It has no value, right? And so this kind of problematic where we're endlessly having a battle against people who figure out how to okay, so it's like geometry, right? Here is product A, and all kinds of people are going towards product A. And here's product B. So now what do I have to do in order to get some people to come over to my product B, right? And if I need to hire people in order to help me do that, is the value their time that they put into it? Or is the value the geometry, let's say, that goes into, or the physics that goes into causing this transfer? And so the criticisms that these guys are doing this and that and so forth is a criticism against something that he himself is doing. He himself is engineering things in such a way that people buying the product move from the original direction that they're going towards his direction. And the idea that he's now, or like that there's an exploitation going on and that I think it's skipping a Hegelian beat. It actually removes a Hegelian beat, which is, there's no meaning to any of this, right? And so now it's trying to like put a meaning into the idea that the time you invest into the owners of the means of production has a value that actually is not the value, right? The value is in the engineering of the motion of the people to the thing, right? And that's why capitalists are very well read if they study their Marx, because they will learn every trick in the book about how to do the thing that Marx himself was doing. You can't escape it, right? And this is where it becomes this weird sickness where people turn it into a religion. They turn capitalism into Satanism or some sort of weird thing that, as if it exists. But it's not that it exists. It's a word that has been applied to physics. It's a physics that exists in the world. People trade clamshells. Why? Because of the laws of physics. That's why. And the idea that you're going to engineer it or you're going to change it and cause this sort of redistribution, the question to be asked is, what is it in you that makes you think that you're going to be the engineer of all this? And this is the Nietzschean question. And it's just simply, you don't know because you don't ask, right? You start to do this signaling of your virtue, that you figured out the essence of the human and all this sort of thing. And, we are alienated from our labor and all that sort of stuff. Really? That just becomes, that becomes the slave morality that creates a symbolic hell for people to be tortured in right now. And it creates this enemy that needs symbolic punishment and take down and tear down and all this spewing of nonsense. When you're not divorced from it, you can't divorce yourself from it. It's not even a thing that exists that you're coupled to in the way that you think. You've been told through all of this wonderful words that people put on pages that you're absorbed by these evil people who own the means of, no. I think we're all suffering, and they miss the beat, that the suffering has no meaning. Everybody's just being compelled by laws of physics, and those laws force you to do whatever it is you do in the context. So I think there's just a beautiful wholeness to it. It's just another thing that exists in reality. But I find it very difficult to take the ideas seriously because they cannot separate themselves from the thing that they're criticizing.
I guess I'm trying to connect two different concepts you mentioned. One is the sort of marketing function of trying to gain market share and get people to look at your product instead of somebody else's or the existing sort of market leader or dominant product in a market for, this brand of bread versus, Wonder Bread versus your new, alternative. And so that's kind of a marketing function, and what's the value of time invested in that process. And then there's a second concept, which is the orchestration of workers within a business to, get my FedEx package from me in the US to you in Australia. So, which is more of like a production or operations. They're both like informational and communication and coordination tasks. But I was trying to understand how those two are like, you use this phrase of like what Marx is doing is the same as what the capitalists are doing. And so I'm trying to get clear on what you're saying Marx was doing by, I guess, putting his ideas out there and getting people to like accept his ideas. I definitely see how that's a marketing thing. And I see how him sort of coordinating workers or coordinating people into a political movement is that sort of orchestration.
Political movements, right? And it had to be that this one was the destination. It had to subvert, or maybe not subvert, but redirect. And that process is not capitalism, but it's not any other thing. It's a process that is ongoing all the time.
It's sort of power and like managing power or managing resources.
It's power, and it's also a reaction to a false scarcity. So, I mean, I'm taking your question as you read Marx when you were young. How did that all play out? And now in ChatGPT and so forth. So I'm sort of painting this really super broad brush over all things. But I think the idea of being alienated from your labor requires a focus on time that doesn't play out. And the problem is, I think if you do the Steven Pinker dance, which actually I think Steven Pinker is not even nearly as positive as he could be in Enlightenment Now and other works, right? The idea that we are alienated from our labor and so forth. I mean, there are people walking around even in third world countries with libraries the size of the universe in their pockets, right? There has never been so little poverty and starvation as we have now, right? And so the vast hatred of this shibboleth called capitalism is bizarre. Now, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't criticize numbers go up and this kind of endless growth as if there's progress to somewhere. All that is beautifully well done and has it's not Marxist though. It's not like Marx has a monopoly on it, but that's what I mean. They can't separate themselves from it because they try to monopolize the very ideas that they're putting as if it's Marxist. They brand it, they do branding, and then they tie it to a guy. They create a genealogy that's not true. And this is the great criticism that Nietzsche gives. You build this history in order to perpetrate a religion, basically. Yeah. And anyone who pokes into that history will be like, wow, they really competed hard against competing ideas, and they did some really nasty stuff in order to get their special religion, the one that was instituted.
My sense with the
capitalism to do it.
My sense with the alienation is that it was, this came out of industrialization and people being a cog in a much larger machine and not having that experience of craftsmanship.
But that didn't stop them from taking funding from it in order to do their stuff. So I find it very difficult to take seriously that kind of thing. Also, like, to be fair to your point, Shoshana Zuboff has a great book called In the Age of the Smart Machine that talks about these things. So the positive and the value of all the criticism and the critique is, yeah, it is kind of sinister how these people built factories and so forth. And this is in the Age of the Smart Machine. She focuses on like hunters and how that they tried to get hunters to work in factories, and they didn't want to because they didn't need it, right? They just went and hunted. But the one thing that they couldn't get as easily as food that they were able to prepare so it would last them through winter was alcohol. So the manipulation of supplies of alcohol was a strategy used to build the smart machine, as Zuboff calls it. And then the structuring of time. Well, like, we'll build schools now for your kids. And then those schools will structure time in a very similar way to the factory so that you can now meet your kids after they're out of their little factory. And we'll organize time similarly with hospitals. And heck, why don't we organize time similarly with prisons and all that sort of stuff? And I think all those things are very, very legit criticisms. What I don't see, though, is the alternatives. And their alternatives are so filled with hatred for this apparent crime against humanity that, they're untenable, right? And so what I see, rather, in a more Pinker dance kind of way, is pure becoming. This is not separate from itself. It's not us. It's not us against them. Us against them, by the way, is a great marketing technique, and they know it. And so, they're perpetrating a binary that I just don't think is actually real.
There's a famous thought experiment within AI safety of the paperclip maximizer. And I don't know if that's connected to these critiques of capitalism, but there is an analogy in the sense that one of the dangers of capitalism is that it's always looking for new things to turn into capital. And so it will there has
to be a thing called capitalism that has eyes and a brain in order to seek this, right? This is religious ideas. And this idea that a machine will turn all available matter into copies of itself, This is in Plato. This is the worry of simulation, right? This idea that some thing in the perfect form of the good is going to, or its shadowy representation is going to, because in Platonism, this world is already a shadowy copy of the perfect form of things in the good, right? Well, what happens if a thing that is a copy realizes that it's a copy and then starts to copy itself? It would fill all available matter with itself. Oh no, right? And we're also worried about this. Well, why are we worried about it, right? Because we think that humanity exists. We think that humanity is somehow a pinnacle of evolution, and on and on and on and on. And this is the most bizarre, weird religion that ever existed, this idea of human. Why do we do it? Well, surely it has to do with evolutionary survival-driven needs. And then we create all kinds of psychological technology that causes us to distort and change the way things actually are so that we're not really involved in the present. Wouldn't it be great to actually race towards a world that was filled with paper clips? Because there would be no space for suffering in a giant stack of steel. We'd be done. Amen. Selah. But yet we sit there and we create this ridiculous, nonsensical battle against what's inevitable anyway, at least according to the science story. This is a zero-sum game. You are forced to play it over and over and over again at the whims of not a religion, but at the whims of physics and biology. This is what all data points us to. And the machines are going to create exoskeletons and rub our noses in it until we finally get it, and we get the stupid idea of humanity out of our brains. Because there is no human. It's an invention. And it's an invention that Shakespeare made, let's say. It wasn't always there, right? But now because we have it, then we have basically ape battles. You know, it's like the Germans say, fressen, ficken, Fernsehen, cooking. You know, cook it, have sex with it, or watch TV. Like, it's just boom, boom, boom. Like, this is the ape behavior that everything is organized around. So why wouldn't we say
it's sort of predetermined that that's what will happen?
Well, I don't know if it's predetermined if that's what will happen. That's the great mystery. That's the great philosophy, right? Or the great thing to consider. But all I'm saying is that the tear it down theories that come from particular schools of thought, well, some of them are the opposite. They are accelerationists. There is a trend that's like, yeah, speed it up, speed it up, speed it up. It's one way or the other, but it's either like get rid of it or have it done or so forth. But then there's the other thing, which is stop thinking you're human. We're evolving at the same time as these things are. It's not like we created it or it created us. I mean, I think a way to think about it is
it's part of the ecology or the environment.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think I was saying before, like, strange ideas, like, why do we not think that we're not already on Mars? Why do we not think that we're not already in the deepest realms of space and we're just calling ourselves back? Why do we think that time is not moving backwards? You know, why? There's all kinds of possible things. World Without Time is that Palais Yorgrau book that we mentioned before that has some of Gödel's ideas. By the way, I had a memory. When we were talking about Gödel before, and I was talking about how Gödel gave a program for how that you could imagine sets and sets of sets and basically experience infinity. The program that he described was something he gave to Rudy Rooker. And I couldn't quite recall Rudy Rooker's name in that moment, but this was something that is quite extraordinary. It's in one of Rudy Rooker's books or introductions to a book on infinity. In any case, I just think that it's so short-sighted that any school thinks that they have the right idea, right? And they may do more thinking than I allow for. And they may have said, oh yes, we've thought of the paperclip program as the best possible outcome. Of course we have. I don't know. But still, if you're beholden to that school, then you basically think that you're right. And it's very seductive to think that you're right. But I think the harder thing, and Nietzsche would ask you at the end of Beyond Good and Evil, did you go to that coldest place where it's no longer right or wrong, but it's just what is, right? And you stop the dividing, you stop the categorization, you stop this endless, oh, well, what if this and what if that? And Tuam asi, thou art that, and he talks about Advaita Vedanta in Beyond Good and Evil. He talks about Bruno, he talks about Spinoza, and he has his little laugh at them, but he's not laughing at them so much as he's laughing with them. Oh, they too were forced to use categories. So what is that? What is it that requires this categorization? And then if you realize that it's actually appearing in the field of consciousness, then you realize that it's doing you. There's something that's doing you. You're not doing it. And that something, by every logical measure, has no agenda. It's just becoming. And even that's saying too much. So sit up.
So is that inherently sort of a quietist program?
No, because if we now try to name it, we have missed the point. If we now say, oh, that is a view, then we were missing the point of the point that the point was trying to make. That is categorizable here. This is what Zen is. Zen is, no. That's exactly what we must resist doing. There's exercises. Number skipping, which is the next book. Number skipping, I think, if memory serves, is in Happiness Beyond Thought. How can you stop this endless tirade of categorization?
Who's the author?
This is Gary Weber.
Gary Weber. Yeah.
Sorry, this is quite reflective. So if it's possible to stop categorization, how are you going to do it? That's what this book is. And we talked a lot about this already.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is possible because I've seen glimpses of it through my own practice. And those glimpses, the way Weber talks about it is the term persistent non-symbolic experience. And I instantly had a problem with that because you're symbolizing it by calling it non-symbolic, right? So I changed it to sense, which is sustained and enduring neo-symbolic experience because I myself have to categorize everything. I also have that impulse, right? But I was doing it partly as a joke. The thing is when you're in that experience, it truly is empty and it is wild. It is wild to not have thoughts. And number skipping is one of the exercises that helped me get there the most. And what that is you try to count from 1 to 10, but suppress the symbolization of the even numbers. Then when you come back down, you try to suppress the symbolization of the odd numbers. Now, this is very, very difficult because in order to count, you have to have a container for the space that you're not filling with a symbol. Now, I don't think that I've ever actually managed to complete the exercise, but I think it's part of getting me to the point of having these non-symbolic or persistent non-symbolic experiences. And it is the most glorious thing. And so there's a long story how I got into that book, but basically the brief one is a friend of mine. He was a blogger named Ben Fischel who had a blog at that time called Project Monkey Mind. We were talking about religion. I was quite like a Sam Harris fan at the time and militant atheist. But I meditated and he asked me if I'd ever tried mantra meditation. And I was like, are you crazy? All that stuff. The last thing I need is another religion. Kind of unaware that I had turned atheism into a kind of religion. So anyway, he said, well, you got to read this Weber guy, because this Weber guy, he also needed some sort of secular approach. And he found it in the Sanskrit. There's actually a secular program in there. And he memorized all this Sanskrit. And then one day his thoughts turned off and they never came back, which is not exactly what Weber says. He says that his thoughts come back when he's tired or when he's hungry. And obviously there's planning thoughts like, how do I get to this presentation where I'm telling you that I have no thoughts, right? So, but really what he means is this endless blah, 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 me, my, tomorrow, yesterday, category, everything. And he's a science person. So he looked into the task positive network in the brain and the default mode network, it's called. And this is just really, really engineering. How can we get rid of this constant production of category and symbol and words? So I said, and my friend basically said, come on, you're a mnemonist. You can memorize this stuff, no problem. So I took the challenge and I memorized it all, every little bit of Sanskrit that was in that book. And then one day I got really angry, and I was angry at Google Ads, and I almost threw my computer out the damn window. And I took a walk in the park and I sat there, and the thoughts completely disappeared. I wouldn't call it blowing out like a candle like Weber called it, but it was the most glorious experience I ever had. And I've had it many times since. And I highly recommend it. So, I mean, that's really all I have to say about that. But I would say Evolving Beyond Thought is an even better book, but I read it having read Happiness Beyond Thought. And so that's the genesis for me. The beautiful thing there to add is that Weber makes it very clear. Do not try to reproduce the journey of the teacher. And don't venerate the teacher. He gives all these examples of gurus who lose their minds and throw people out of ashrams and get angry and so forth. And it's fickle. You can attain certain things and lose them within a second. Don't make it about gurus. Don't make it about anything. Make it about the boat. And this is the metaphor he uses. Make it about the boat that you're going to use, that you're going to build to get you to this island. And the thing you're going to find in that island is that you're going to need another boat to get to the next one, and then the next one, and the next one. So it's a very good book, especially for secular-minded people, although he will sometimes talk about how he perceives the universe as she and so forth. But he's driven to make the category mistake himself, as we all are. And when you're writing books, you got to do something, because you're going to be making symbols and categories and so forth. So anyway, it's been a wonderful thing for me, and I still work at it every day. And I think I'm very realistic about what can happen, but it is interesting to me that it deepens and it gets better and better. It's really wild.
There's a couple, I've explored these kind of things as well, and had experiences like that. And there's a couple thought experiments that I sort of wrestle with in terms of this sort of shutting down of thought. One of them is animals, and like, to what extent do animals who, for the most part, don't have symbolic thought, especially without human intervention. And then the second is these more rare situation, but there's these stories of basically wild children that were never, they somehow survived in the wild. And there's a famous one in France, and there's a documentary about it. But like, and then there's also people who have strokes or who have severe mental handicaps. But there are animals and people who do not have these sort of categories or symbolic thought. And to what extent are those experiences similar? And also, with animals especially, to the extent that they still participate in social life and conflict and cooperation and survival, the various tasks of survival and reproduction, to what extent does humans and sort of normal people shutting that stuff off really isolate them from these other drives that people have, or from action? Is that where they're acting from sort of an animalistic place?
Yeah, I think, and this is kind of speaks to the AI thing. If we think of evolution and what it is, what's possible in a conception of materialism and the limits of the universe, insofar as we understand them, there's theories that, if dinosaurs had lived on and their brains had grown big enough, they'd be us, basically. Not us exactly, but they would have eventually saw a tree and then scratched a line and then said, this line represents that tree. And then they would have shared those symbols. And that sharing of symbols would have led to a division of labor, and then the division of labor would have led to the Karl Marxosaur, and and then and so on, right? Because how else would it go, right? We have no other way that it could go that I'm aware of. Like a symbol, if the real world is real, a symbol is then going to lead to a division of labor. This is something that, let me think if I can remember his name. Marcuse was talking about, that it's inevitable that division of labor happens. And so his concern, I mean, I think I'm very sympathetic to a lot of these. So
it's more like Hegel, in the sense that like ideas have to have a counter idea and things have to have a counter thing or movement.
Well, it's just minus the have to. It's just, that's the way that it is. I mean,
but that's what Hegel said. That's, it's sort of determined its physics.
No, I don't think he says that there's a have to. I think he's quite clear that it doesn't have to be this way.
Oh, okay. I think Marx's determinism was sort of, that was old school Marxism or orthodox Marxism, that it was sort of deterministic, and
many people have criticized Marx's reading of Hegel. There's a whole life to be spent on the critiques of how Marx is dealing with Hegel. So, but this is, I believe, a thing that is shared with any non-dual philosophy, or many of them, is that there is no necessity to it. There is no, because necessity begets intention. Cause and effect is a big problem.
I think that's what I'm kind of getting at, is like, does intention exist in animals and non-verbal humans, in the sense that even without symbolism?
But does it exist at all? Right?
I mean, if you don't symbolize it, but you still, it's our sort of way of explaining animal behavior.
Or is it the product of an impulse, a sensory impulse? So it's our way is already an artifact of the impulse.
It's all part of a larger interconnected system, is what you're getting at. The environment.
No, I'm getting at that there is no system.
There's no separation between the animal and its quote unquote environment. The quote unquote animal and its, there is inseparable.
Separation is already an artifact of the impulse. So this gets into pure immanence, right?
Right.
It and the artifact is not separate. It's in becoming. So the virtual, and this is the AI sort of stuff, but also the AI was always here, right? The idea of artificial is already problematic. It's already the product of a sensory impulse to divide,
right,
to separate. And pure becoming doesn't allow for it, right? It's that, okay, I have Deleuze's Pure Immanence in the pile here. Here it is. So this is probably one of my favorite books, but one would want to have read a lot of Deleuze before getting into it. So one of the problems with this book is that apparently as he was dying, or as he was about to die, whatever, because he threw himself out a window, he had been working on one final book. But Pure Immanence is kind of like this essay that people think sketches out what he may have been writing about. And part of the idea here, as I understand it, because it's kind of mind-melting stuff, but instead of cause and effect, the cause is total, and it was always, and it never changes. So whatever new thing comes does not change the thing that it came out of, and it doesn't even change the thing that it created, because it's just there now, right? And this makes me think a lot of block time theory and the Gödelian set theory stuff and ideas that he talked about with Einstein. And of course, Deleuze is very informed by physics. Is what makes him one of the best philosophers, is his understanding of the math and the physics. But the implications of it all are to say yes to everything, to say yes to the joy and affirm it. Because destruction and the negation comes out of something, if this is true, right? And it's coming out of the same thing, and it affirms, it's just all affirmation, if you think about it. If you're going to have binaries, then they're both affirmations. It's not saying that there isn't transcendence, but transcendence is coming out of something. So what is it coming out of? And does it change the thing that it came out of? And he says, no, it does not change it. It's a totality.
Well, let me ask you a little bit of a tangent, but is his, and in general, is an author's suicide a indictment of their work or of their philosophy?
Not at all, because it has nothing to do with him. He's codifying or building upon or what have you, commenting on, etc., a tendency that has been in all of philosophy all along. And I don't know, like some people have said this. They have said that Deleuze's suicide challenges his embracing of joy. Quite frankly, I think that's very shallow and very short-sighted and silly. I mean, he could have done other things. He could have decided to be an incel and drive his vehicle into people on the street, right? He could have done that evil thing, but instead he dealt with, and we don't even know, right? Maybe he was watering his plants and he fell out the window. Like, is it really known? I don't know the extent of it. But let's say he did just kill himself. Why is that not an affirmation? Why is not, these debates that people have over, you know, whether people should have the right to snuff it early or not, I think they're just so silly. Why shouldn't? Yeah, well, why do you have to call it a thing, right? Why do we have to have a word for it? Obviously we do, and I'm pressing on that to make the point. But if we really care about freedom, then why are we constantly making demons out of what is? Suffering is. If it's not joyful for you, you know, well, why aren't you allowed to be the one who deals with that? The number one thing that gives you individual identity is sensation. You know, you can't really say, if somebody says, man, that really hurts, you can't say, oh, no, it doesn't.
It sort of reminds me of like Freudian defense mechanisms, and I may be getting my names wrong, but like the difference between internalization and externalization, like what you do when something happens to you, or like how do you cope with an insult, let's say. That's kind of one way of, I think about this thing is like, how do people, you know, react to something? Well, but again, that's all separation. So,
well, no, it's not separation though, because how people deal with things has to do with what's in their memory, which is connected to external sources. Wittgenstein is quite good on this. There's a Wittgenstein thing where the boy is at the party, the cocktail party, and the parents are not really paying attention to the boy. And the boy bangs his knee on the table. And the next thing you know, everybody's paying attention to the boy because he's crying and making a big show of everything because he's had a sensation. That sensation is pain. So the parents come and they wipe away the tears and they take him to the bathroom and they put on the peroxide and all that sort of stuff, right? Well, now take it 20 years later and the boy is the man at the party. He bangs his knee on the same table, except for this time, instead of crying and drawing all the attention to himself, he says, oh, internally, darn, I must have banged my knee. I will excuse myself quietly, go to the washroom, roll up my pants, and without asking, you know, use some of the cotton balls and peroxide here, and maybe later explain to the guest privately, take them aside. There's bloody cotton balls in your garbage because I didn't want to disturb the party. Now, why is that? It's the exact same pain. It's the exact same sensation. But the individual is programmed. So it's not separation. It's complete evidence of total connection. It's complete evidence of not a mechanistic response, because that is now creating a separation. Maybe ecosystem, that word you used is better. But my point is not to say, oh, let's not use words and not talk to each other. That's not what I'm trying to say. It's just that if you read these texts, I believe what they're saying is that the problem is the constant categorizing, and this is that, and let's make it this belongs to that school and that sort of thing. And Nietzsche's challenge is go to the coldest place where that is not an issue anymore. That's not a thing, right? It may not need to be cold.
And what is that place?
That's for you to figure out. It's the place where you say yes, totally, without a condition, without this would be better if it was that way, without, oh, these guys own the factory, oh my, and then, oh, this, that, and the other thing.
So
it's axioms. Total affirmation. What's that?
Sort of the axioms of a system.
It doesn't matter what you call it. It's just if you have a reaction to it, you're missing. And this is the challenge of many philosophers. Even though Kierkegaard would spin this completely differently, he's still got that flair to it. The leap of faith is not as simple as it's often bounced around. What he's saying is the leap of faith is actually entering a new category, right? And you have to do it without a full sense of what that category is, knowing that your mind is immediately going to start populating it with characterization, which is going to ruin it all. So the leap of faith is not necessarily a good thing, right? And this gets into Geworfenheit in Heidegger, thrownness, and so on. So back to Deleuze and pure immanence. He was just this great reader of other philosophers, and he would point out all the ways that they're essentially saying this or failing to say this, and not needing to be right about it necessarily, but needing to write it, and knowing that there's an impulse that has a genealogy that puts him in this position. And it's just what it is. And it's interesting, I hope more work comes out on him, because he did do some political things, but from what I've read in dialogues, he sort of regretted that he fell into some of that stuff. But how could he not? We are reactive to the whole, and we're reactive to the idea that there is a whole, which is itself already false, right? But nonetheless, at the most pathetic level of reality, that's how we describe things. It's a giant slab of jello that's producing itself out of itself, and we just happen to be along for the ride. We are meat tubes. We're strapped in, and our brains, for whatever reason, cause us to miss the pure becoming that we're intimately involved in, and we are connected with each and every part of it with no division. That's my understanding. And it's maybe confirmation bias, because that's what I wanted to say. But no, I don't think so. I think this has been a big battle in philosophy for thousands of years. This insistence on separation, and therefore, by consequence, there's a program that thinks that it can know more than it can, because category is that seductive, and it creates gods, it creates explanations, and the other impulse avoids that a great deal. And there's different ways to get there. And I was very, very surprised when I went and reread philosophy after my Sanskrit memorization project, and just like, why was I not seduced by this before? And I was so seduced by the other end of things. It's really weird to me.
This incel word that keeps...
Sorry, I love running jokes, so I just kind of...
Yeah. So I just want to clarify that I use it as more of a descriptive label of just involuntary celibacy, whereas and this could just be an American versus Australian thing of, for you, it has the connotation of sort of the coping mechanism, a certain externalizing coping mechanism that comes out of that says, I want to use violent means to achieve a political end of some sort or send a message through violence, whereas I see it as more of a neutral descriptive term of this person is involuntarily celibate, and how they cope with that. They may choose euthanasia, they may choose some spiritual path or some other thing, they may choose a violent political statement, or an incoherent rage episode. So it could be a variety of ways they cope with that, the way they even frame their life that way. But that could be just a confusion in terms of how the sort of connotations we have with that term. And that's sort of,
I don't think it's a good term, period. I don't think anybody is voluntary or involuntary. Did you choose to be on planet Earth? I sure as hell. So, it's all involuntary in that sense. But I don't think that binary actually works. I don't think it gets us anywhere. It doesn't do anything for us at all. That idea of being involuntary anything just falls totally flat for me. So I shouldn't have even made the joke with Deleuze, because I don't think he himself had a sense of choice in anything that he's doing. It's just
in terms of his suicide.
Yeah, and actually, there's an interesting book. I think it's called Night Falls Fast, by K. Redfield Jamison. If it's not Night Falls Fast, it's Darkness Falls Fast, but I'm pretty sure it's Night Falls Fast. And in her research on suicide, a huge amount of suicides I actually don't remember exactly how they derived this, but a huge amount of the suicides she was saying are just snap decisions, last minute. And there's a documentary, I think it's called The Bridge, and you can just see this. There's footage of people on the Golden Gate Bridge, and they look like they're making a snap decision. It's just like guy talking on the phone, blah, 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 blah. And then it's just like, fuck this. Sorry if you need to edit that out, but,
No.
Bam, bam with his guts as well. They're saying on YouTube now that they're getting harder on expletives, but as a thing that's spontaneously. But whatever, that documentary is very disturbing, but nonetheless, you just see.
What is it again, the documentary?
I think it's called The Bridge.
Oh, The Bridge. Kind of going back to your Wittgenstein story, there's also a big gender difference in terms of like completed versus attempted. And there's some thought that, an attempted suicide in terms of getting attention is sort of like the boy in the story who's, trying to get attention with his hurt knee, his injury.
Oh, he's not trying to get attention. The point of that story is that is the uncultured, uneducated, unprogrammed response to pain. A child just cries. So it's no intention to get attention. It's absolutely
sort of a natural impulse.
It's just what you do in response to pain. But as an adult later, that same level of pain does not get that response because of cultural training, because of programming, and it's in your implicit memory. So this is very interesting. There's suicide studies about implicit memory. And so that sort of thing that may be gendered, I don't know if it's gendered to such an extent as it is, what is it that young mind observed when they were young that teaches them, and this is in the K. Redfield Jamison research too, or it's the implications of it, that teaches them that this is a possible response to something else, right? And I think that's to my mind a much more likely solution.
Yeah, it's really
gender, but rather what is it that gets into implicit memory that, unbeknownst to the conscious mind, causes, when you have a later stimulus, causes you to act in that way.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's really important.
Yeah.
So what's your next book in the stack?
Because those were just so cheery.
It's good stuff.
So I didn't want to do too much on memory, but I had to throw this in.
Oh, actually, I meant to ask you a question on the last book. So Daniel Schmachtenberger, I don't know. I just want to know if you're familiar with him, and if,
yes,
because his stuff on immanence, and I was trying to remember, there's a guy, a philosopher he really likes, who wrote a book on immanence that he sort of holds up as his sort of favorite book on immanence, and I just thought maybe you knew who that guy's name was because I couldn't look it up. I couldn't find it.
No, I haven't heard that recommendation, but I would love to know it if you ever come across it.
Yeah, I should be able to find it. But yeah, Daniel Schmachtenberger. I'm curious. Like, he came on a lot of people's radar. He's been on Joe Rogan, I think, once or twice, and he's sort of a friend with one of the guys who's been really big on the AI safety stuff. I forget his name, but Schmachtenberger did a bunch of podcasts during COVID in terms of thinking about, just sort of playing out the big picture of it, and has also talked about AI and some other interesting. He focuses on very large systems and ecology and some of the things I brought up with that. So I recommend people check out his work for just a really really impressive autodidact. So people may be interested in checking out his stuff. I just want to mention him.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, this to me is the same thing as the Marxist thing. I mean, the rush to capitalize on panic porn, and also the idea that humans are going to stop anything is always, to me, like, quite interesting. So I think I think Heidegger is a good source for this Geworfenheit, and how various actors react, and then what is it exactly that's going on, and then what are the motivators, and what's the payoff and all this, and what's the fantasy of if we just do things this way, and then maybe we'll avert this sort of thing. And it's just like, really? But yeah, I want to know what that Book of Immanence is. I'm not that familiar with this stuff, but I believe I have the image of the guy who you're talking about in mind. It was kind of interesting, the whole, not that he was connected to it directly, but the whole dark web and how all these people
intellectual dark web.
Yeah. Sorry, intellectual
IDW.
Right. And it's just the levels of what seem to me. So whenever they're talking about the propaganda, then it's an instant signal to me. What area of the psyop are you inhabiting? Like these agendas, and it's all basically, in my mind, continually concerned with human survival, which I am not, and this is just simply because I don't believe in humans. So
it's Forrest Landry and Immanent Metaphysics.
Okay, I got to read that.
So if people want to find the way I found it is it's on his website, civilizationemerging.com/resources/books. And there's a great list of books on there. Bunch of stuff by Buckminster Fuller. There's the Nick Bostrom. I don't know if that's the guy I was thinking of, but Nick Bostrom wrote Superintelligence and Global Catastrophic Risk. So I thought Schmachtenberger did a great job of kind of how he calls it X risk, but it's basically existential risk, and how it's thought of in governments and at sort of a serious academic level. So it was a level above most of, you correctly called panic porn during COVID.
Oh yeah, I did. I don't mean to throw any shade at him all. He's a cut above the rest, but he shares with the Molecule brothers, who are the Weinstein brothers, this kind of real, and I think I probably have a bit of it too, just this real word salad kind of characteristic. So no matter what you do, no matter how good you are, you're ultimately still doing jazz, right? And so I see him as part of the band, and that's not, I don't mean to be critical of it, and I hope you see my own self-criticism in it. It's just some of us have a fire hose and we just don't shut up, right? But that doesn't mean that there's anything to it. And that's where I love Nietzsche so much, is that there's just nothing here. As he says in Zarathustra, you won't believe me when I tell you this, but it is the body that performs the I. And not the I physically, but the I as in first person pronoun. So, yeah, but I want, just judging by the description of the immanent physics and the one review that it got here in Australia, I definitely want to read this.
The Forrest Landry book, right?
Yeah. I just want to read a book by a guy named Forrest Landry, period. That seems to me evidence that we're living in a simulation for the name like that.
Yeah, it's a great name.
It's really great. Speaking of living in a simulation, I was going to go to mnemonics, but we might as well look at this next, because VALIS, I think, is a very interesting book that relates to everything that we're talking about. With Philip K. Dick being he seems to be quite a dualist as opposed to a non-dualist. But anyway, there's
some people listen to us instead of watching, or they're like making dinner. We just had a comment from a woman who actually watched the entire 9-hour video of the original video with Greg of Reddit. And I asked her, like, how are you consuming this stuff? And she said, like, well, I work from home and I've been watching it over several days. And like when I'm cooking dinner, I'll have it on. So a fair amount of people, I think, are listening to us, but not necessarily seeing the images. So I just try to make sure we say,
Yeah. So VALIS by Philip K. Dick. I have done a big research project, and I'm still doing a big research project on Dick. I don't totally love his writing, but I like this book a lot. And it speaks to a lot of the things that we've been talking about, in the sense of what is consciousness? What is it to have a conscious experience? What is it for it to be fractured? And are there entities that somehow guide our behaviors? If so, can we access them? And what interested me a great deal is how that he had these experiences and why mine are so different. Like why his lead to these kinds of perceptions of, not, as he put it, like alternate realities that are happening right now. And this idea that the Roman Empire never fell, it's actually right here, right now, which I think is kind of Deleuzean in a way, this sense that if reality is building itself out of itself, the thing that was built out of is still here. And that's kind of like a block time thing, as I understand block time.
But even their self-mythology of invention and the wolf raising the babies.
Right. Yeah. Which is a kind of savagery that Dick is focused on. Like Dick's fiction, and this is not a fiction, it's an auto-fiction, really, like an autobiographical fiction. But he has this very lived sense of commerciality. Like there are old TV stores and they're very dirty, and the future is not a nice place in his books. There's radiation fallout everywhere and so forth. Well, VALIS, not so much, because it's taking place in his actual.
What does VALIS refer to?
Oh, it's something like, it's an acronym for, I didn't memorize what it is, but it's like vital associative life intelligence system or something like that.
So it's a location in a fantasy world.
Well, that's the thing, that's sort of one of the questions, right? So it's some kind of system. And what is it? Like, is it that it's producing all possible realities, or is it just a thing that he's thinking from some kind of experience of xenoglossia, where all of a sudden he knows Latin and Greek? What is it? And that's part of what the story is like it's a story where characters go to a place and then a thing happens at the place. But what's interesting to me is that it's an autofiction. It's based on real experiences, and it is such a good evocation of what it must feel like to have a divided personality, and the way that the writing is managed.
Schizophrenia?
No. A divided reality in the sense of schizophrenia is often called multiple personality, but that's not what it is. This is him dividing himself from himself and another person emerging, and the way he manages it as a writer, where he doesn't explicitly say that Horseman Fat, or whatever the character's name is a different guy, but he doesn't have to. It the way that it's written. It's really wild how well written it is. But no, it's not anything to do with schizophrenia. Okay. In any case, I think of it as something that's quite apropos a lot of these topics that we've talked about today. So I pulled it off the shelf, and people have told me that I should really like other books by him better because they do better. But I don't. I have tried them, and I don't think they have this effect at all, close to this. But I don't know what it is in me that's partial to it. But I thought it was really, really good, and highly recommend it as a kind of interesting story and case study.
It almost sounds like maybe an intellectual autobiography, but through a narrative.
No, I wouldn't call it intellectual. I think that's the beauty of it. He's not intellectualizing. It will sound intellectual to some people, but he's very, very well done in terms of making these ideas sensory, not intellectualizing them. And that's the thing where people have said, no, you got to read other parts of the trilogy. That's where I think it becomes too intellectual. It becomes these debates, and I don't feel immersed in a sensory situation, right? Because I don't find his intellectual stuff, I think he's missing too many steps. I think when Dick does the intellectual shtick, it's not Schmachtenberger level, right? The jazz doesn't work for me. It's too dualistic. Like it doesn't. I just don't, and I think the one of the other titles has to do with proving the Trinity and all this sort of stuff. So not for me. And if we get comments from Dick fans who can turn me around, I'm happy to be turned around. But I think that when he gets into and there's a really big book. I haven't read all of it, but I've read another book that is extracts from it, and it's called The Exegesis of Philip K. Dick. And I think a lot of people who are caught in duality are reaching for pure immanence, but they can't convince themselves of it. So I've said before that I wish that I had a religion. Maybe I do. But I actually don't believe it. I don't believe that pure immanence is actually the conclusion. I think that the conclusion is coming into being at the same time as we are. And I don't even believe that. I rather test it. And I think that's what VALIS is. And what makes it a good book is it's a testing of the ideas that he has concluded on, or the experiences that he's having. And he's testing it through others. And it's very immersive, the nature of the test. So I don't think I think later he has a hard and fast conclusion, but in VALIS, I don't think there's a hard and fast conclusion. And I think that's part of what I like about it.
Cool. So what do you have next?
Might as well stick with some novels, I guess.
By the way, we never looked at the red, or maybe actually we did last time, on the red paper.
Oh yeah, I skipped away from my zines. This was the wallet.
Yeah, maybe we should do the other ones. That I think there's that one. Is that the one with the red?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe we should
the wallet. Along this idea of books that somehow are also objects, the wallet is a story called The Wallet, and so we built it in a wallet. This was with a different guy named Michael Woods, though, because he was starting his own little press, which probably has the name of whatever he had called it here somewhere. Maybe not. But anyway, on red paper, and part of the idea was on this red paper is that it would become like your receipts become when you hold them in your wallet for long enough, where it's very, very porous and see-through. So it's very difficult to actually read this. And I don't think I have the computer file of the story anymore. But I remember people really liked this story who read it in a readable form. And Michael obviously really liked it because he spent a lot of time on this. And it's saddle stitched, which I don't really know what saddle stitch means other than it has stitching. And I guess the spine is treated like a saddle. And maybe that's not what that's called. I think that's called saddle stitch. Anyway, it's back from when I was more on the political side of things, and this lots of social commentary and, oh, the world's so bad because dudes own factories and, all that kind of stuff, which is actually very simplistic. I don't think there's a dude who owns the factory, really. What else? Lex Talionis Schadenfreude, which I made another press called Rohrwagen Press, and there's no deep meaning to that symbol, but I thought it looked funny in orange because usually it's in some mystical color with some sort of occultist meaning, but there's no occultist meaning here whatsoever. Oh, look at this.
Doesn't it look kind of like a Masonic?
Oh, I think it's the Anton LaVey symbol.
Oh,
but
I'm not familiar. What is that? Anton LaVey?
Oh, symbol? Anton LaVey? That's a deep rabbit hole that I don't know. I'm the guy to
we can have people look it up then.
But it actually, sorry, it might not be Anton LaVey. It might be who's that other guy?
Aleister Crowley.
Crowley, yeah. I think actually it's Crowley. It's a Crowley symbol. But this is fun. I found this in here. So this is a film still from a movie I made called Fair, Unfair God. And you see a woman with a megaphone. That's a megaphone that I used to carry around on tour when I did my spoken word performances. She's got a welder's helmet on. The welder's helmet, the visor is covered over with googly eyes, and it makes a weird little smiling face.
Looks like a welder's.
That's what it is, yeah, welder's
helmet. Yeah, that's what you said, okay.
The visor is covered over with a weird smiley face, and the googly eyes jiggled around, and she moves her head. And then she's holding a number of gestures on pencils, so you could sharpen the pencils. Anyway, this was called Fair, Unfair God, one of many little short films that I've made. There's a long story about it. I made it with students at where I was doing my Mercator visiting or guest professor job.
I just, could you hold up the cover again? Because I just want to, so that doesn't really match the Masonic logo, but for people that are interested, the Masonic logo basically has a compass, which is like how you make a circle with two sticks that are held together at a point, like a triangle. And then the other is the square, which is like how you make a straight line or a 90-degree angle when you're doing carpentry. And the two of them sort of come together to intersect, like in your image, kind of like that. But they don't have the side part on the left and right like that one. But anyways, okay. So
yeah, it was a joke. So there's no like meaning to the symbol at all.
How does that translate, the title, Lex Talionis?
Lex Talionis means eye for an eye. Schade is like damage in German, and Freude is joy. So Schadenfreude is quite well known as taking pleasure at someone else's pain, and eye for an eye. So this is not a joke. Lex Talionis Schadenfreude is an indictment of people who take pleasure from the damage from revenge.
Sort of Hammurabi's code. I just looked up the literal definition, the literal translation. Lex is law, Talionis is retaliation. And the talio of retaliation is sort of
I think it's
the root there, right?
In any case, I think a lot of this is a collection of the zines that I no longer have.
Okay.
I think some of my best stuff is in here actually, but I still wouldn't recommend it. It has an automatic writing experiment also. So when I studied hypnosis, one of our experiments was automatic writing and past life regression. So when I had this past life regression experience, I went and did automatic writing with it. And I produced a piece called Automatic Jim, which is all about the guy who I apparently was, according to this exercise. And yeah, it's actually got some decent lines in it. So, and a lot of this has been turned also into spoken word albums. I had 3 spoken word albums and used to do performances and bring my megaphone around. What I used to do is, there's a picture somewhere, is I would just throughout my performance, there'd be something under a blanket. And then at the end, I would say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to close tonight's show with the future of poetry. And I would tear away the blanket and there would be revealed. Oh, and by the way, throughout the whole performance, there's a megaphone hanging from the ceiling and a ladder. And so at the end, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, and I pull away the blanket and a box of alphabets is there. I give you the future of poetry, and I take the box of alphabets and I throw it all over the floor. And then I rush up and I grab the microphone from hanging from the ceiling, and I start smashing the alphabets with my feet and reading them with this glossolalia that's just like, as loud as I can get out of this megaphone. And
Tower of Babel.
That was the end of the show. The future of poetry. People liked it, actually. I thought it would be...
It's sort of, I think there was actually a World Wrestling type of event where you would like have to climb a ladder, and then I know they had one where it was a suitcase full of money, but I wonder if there was one with a megaphone. I don't know. Somebody might know about that.
Yeah,
let us know.
I'm sure I'm not the only person to have hung a megaphone in the ceiling. Then the last one that I've somehow kept for some reason is this one. And this one was just I think it's called Just Crazy Enough to Make Sense. Yeah, I don't even know if the title is anywhere, but I think that's what it was called. And this was by Tapped Press. They just wanted some stuff, and I haven't read it in a very long time, so I don't know what I was talking about in here. But quite an honor when somebody says, "Hey, do you got something for my press?" And I say, "Yes." Okay, that's it. We already went over the other one, so something. And there's so much stuff that just doesn't exist anymore, or if it does, I don't know where it is. I really don't care that much. I don't know why I cared so much to keep these, other than that we spent a lot of time on the art of them. But there's other ones that I got rid of, and I also spent a lot of time on them. So why these ones were important, I don't know. There's also books that I've edited. There's a really great one called Chaos in Boxes that I edited by Sean Luciw, which is Luciw. I think the subtitle was Twisted Adventures in Music Theory. He goes deep on music theory. It's really a great book. And we also, Rob and I did that by hand. We did all the cutting at Coach House Press. They let us use the machines there. Wonderful. So do it yourself.
Yeah. So what's the next book in the stack?
Also, I think related to these philosophical themes of immanence,
yeah.
Replay by Ken Grimwood. I don't know this for sure, but I have a feeling that Groundhog Day exists because of this novel.
The movie Groundhog Day.
Yeah, because that's what it is, except for it's writ a little bit large. And, it's more, insofar as a time travel book or a repetition of the same book could be hard sci-fi, it kind of has a hard sci-fi element to it, because everything else is real, except for this thing that the guy's life, a period of his life, keeps replaying. But he does exactly what you would do, I think any smart person would do, which is immediately start investing in the stock market, right? So that there's all this stuff about compound interest and so forth. But it also just has these things that I love in it, from specifically like the period in Stephen King where he had the farm, where there's some evil scientific group that is looking for people that have strange things and then capturing them in laboratories, which is like a big thing in Stranger Things. But Stranger Things is a deep callback to the farm in the Stephen King stories. Like Firestarter was a big one, and I always really liked that. I don't know. I don't find it scary, but it's got that sort of element. And so Replay ultimately becomes dealing with how that all his mechanisms have been found out. But at a philosophical level, it sort of forwards that idea that if reality is building itself out of itself, then knowing the stock market is kind of an evidence of that, because when you're going to replay, you can get compound value on compound value because the things that were true are still there. They still remain true. And then you can build on it, and you can build on it in really unique ways, because you can sort of, I don't know, I think it's well done. Maybe somebody else would with a more critical fiction brain. I'm not very critical of fiction. They would say it doesn't mean.
It makes me think of different theories of history where you have sort of progressive views of history or theological things are on a linear path towards some end, either positive or negative or neutral. And then you have theories that are cyclical, where things rise and fall, things just go around and around, and there isn't any destination to it. And I think one area that's sort of interesting in terms of how that plays out is the rise and fall of civilizations. These ideas that like there's this inevitable decline that you see in civilizations, and there's something, and the whole thing about different generations and weak men creating, or strong men creating strong, and then it like declines and it goes back around. So there's these, I don't know if you have any thoughts on those kind of theories of,
It's nice brain candy, but unless you can, make predictions that work to the benefit of all, I just see it as part of the mix, part of the emergence. I mean, teleology is possible, but if I put on my, well, I mean, it's the question of whether infinity is actually infinite, or is there an actual finite end to things? So I don't know the answer to that, but if infinity is forever in the past and forever in the future and forever in all directions, and then the sets actually go diagonal and all that sort of stuff, then it doesn't, I mean, it's just, I don't know, those categorization things are just not that interesting to me. But what does interest me, though, is the Gödel exercise of, could you actually experience infinity? And if you could, what would it be like? And one of the reasons why it interests me is because when I was a kid, I used to have to go to a babysitter early in the morning and try to get back to sleep. And I would have a hard time getting back to sleep because my mom was a shift nurse. That's why we were carted around at bizarre hours of the day. And I would lay there and I would get into this state where I was basically playing Superman in my mind. And I would just fly for hours and I would see stars. This is literally as if I was seeing them. Maybe I was having lucid dreams or whatever. I don't know. But I always have felt my entire life that I'm already in space, which obviously is true. But
almost sounds like astral projection or something like that.
No, it's not. It's just all it is the experience of actually feeling like flying through the stars. I've had it my entire life, and I've always felt like there's I shouldn't say always, but when I started to do these meditation exercises, then I feel like I've always had it, but I ignored it or I didn't see it for a lot of my life. This feeling like my brain is actually connected with the edge of the universe, and it's just becoming what it is. It's just constantly growing. And it blew me away that I had that experience when I was a kid, very, very young. And I used to love it. I delighted in just flying around, but there's no projection about it. Projection would be a whole different problem. And I have had experiences of remote viewing, which are probably just dreaming. But I mean, my answer to all of it is like, even if those things are true, so what? That's what I always want to know. Both my own experiences, is it reproducible? Can I cure cancer with it? Or can I contribute to the curing of cancer? Can I do something substantial with it? Other than that, if it's true, what changes? If it's not true, what changes? Usually the answer, unfortunately, is nothing. But then when I have my own personal mystical experiences, or whatever you want to call them, of non-duality, feeling connected with the universe, a lot changes personally. I just don't make claims for anybody else. And I'm very, very suspicious of people who do go around making claims for other people. And I think it's the blight of our society. And I'm back to my Sam Harris militant atheist tendency. But I don't think that.
So Sam Harris's thing is, in my understanding, is transcendental meditation.
No.
That's not right.
Absolutely not. No, transcendental meditation is precisely the problem that the well, I haven't been in the Waking Up app for a long time, so I don't know. I got out of the Waking Up app when he started hiring all these people that he was originally suspicious of. So it could be that there's some of that stuff. But originally, the Waking Up project, which Sam Harris is premised in, the Douglas Harding on having no head kind of stuff, is, I wish that I would have kept this because my memory is as suspect as anybody else's. There was an AMA Sam Harris did where somebody was asking, and this was when he had his private AMA thing. Somebody asked him, why do you not mention the books in the spiritual thing by title that you could mention otherwise? And he did this little kind of like little people dance. Oh, there's things that people won't understand and it could damage them. But he said, I'll give you a little something. And then he mentioned Advaita Vedanta. And I was like, I knew it, sort of thing. And I should have kept it because I had originally written about it in The Victorious Mind, but the developmental editor said, if you can't cite it, then you better not say it. And I thought that was right. And I'm totally willing to say that I sometimes remember things that just didn't.
No, I think you're right. I put this into ChatGPT and it made I think a good clarification. So it's just a bubble.
Shares Anthony's hallucination. Next,
Sam Harris's Waking Up app is not centered around transcendental meditation or TM. Instead, it offers a diverse range of meditation practices, primarily focused on mindfulness meditation and other advanced techniques such as Zen, Dzogchen, Dzogchen, and Advaita, Advaita, which I think you've been talking about.
Advaita.
Can you say it again?
Advaita. So
Advaita.
In Sanskrit, not always, but in Sanskrit, often the V is a W. Advaita. But if it's at the beginning, like Vedanta, then it'll be a V.
So the app aims to provide users with comprehensive understanding of mindfulness and its application in daily life, while TM is a specific form of concentration-based meditation involving the repetition of a mantra. The Waking Up app emphasizes mindfulness and insight practices that cultivate a clear, non-judgmental awareness of the present moment. Sam Harris has discussed various meditations techniques, including TM, and offers guidance on practices that he finds most effective for understanding the nature of consciousness. So I'm pretty sure I'm probably just misremembering where he talked about it, but that wasn't what he's actually doing with the app. And so I mixed that up.
TM is very contentious, and
yeah,
the only guy that I think gets a free pass is David Lynch, because David Lynch was a TM guy. But there's a kind of a cultic thing, and there's some damage going on. There's an interesting documentary, I think it's called David Wants to Fly, and it's about the David Lynch TM problem. In any case, I mean, it's just a thing that happens in the world, but
no.
There are claims made and Sanskrit words sold in that world. And so if Harris has drifted into that territory, then shame on him, because that was not his mandate. His mandate was to, through the Waking Up app that I originally supported by being a member to get access to these AMAs, was to have a secular approach to these things and to keep the woo out of it. And woo, I mean, is a thing in the world, but it's defined simply by not having evidence that backs up these claims. And then often after that, there's a architecture of how to pay for these things that can't be evidenced. And that to me remains a problem. And I don't want to get into it myself. And people, after my TEDx talk went mini viral or whatever it is, whatever you call it, after millions of views start racking up, people, 3 times people have asked if they could come live with me and I would be their guru. I was like, dude, did you not read the end of The Victorious Mind? I tell you that you can't see anything other than all of the world as a teacher. Don't make it about the individual, which is what I'm so glad I read in Gary Weber's Happiness Beyond Thought. Don't try to reproduce the teacher. the tree on the street is as good a teacher as anything else. Everything's a teacher. So that was, anyway, I'm partly just sensitive to it because of the bizarre torture I underwent when I was a kid. I've been exercised and everything, my head was filled with images of eternal torment that amount to child abuse, quite frankly. And there's a strong argument for religion in terms of people needing some elements of it, metaphorical truths here, there, and the other place. But those metaphorical truths do not have to amount to abuse, I don't think. And yet to this day, they remain quite extreme, what they do to not just young minds, but all kinds of minds. And they don't have evidence. They just simply don't have it.
Isn't that the leap of faith?
Yeah, but they don't read Kierkegaard because Kierkegaard makes it quite clear that you're going into a category, and category is the problem. And it's just so it's not even a thought about leap of faith. So anyway, I think faith is silly. It's why do you have to believe in things that are true? You just simply remove belief if it's true. The whole necessity of it all just disappears. Mwah, perfect. It's just absolutely wonderful. And that's what I like about the pure immanence thing. If you're just focused on what is right here, nothing to believe in. It's guaranteed. You can't change it. Or as Agent Smith would say in The Matrix, it's the smell. Speaking of things that smell, Run the Bead by Dustin Cole. This guy came out of nowhere and temporarily disappeared back into nowhere. Probably my favorite novel of the last 5 years or so.
Well,
Soyuz Books, I think is what the press is called. I'll check in a second. I'm not sure how it's supposed to be able to be pronounced Soyuz or Soyuz. Soyos. Anyway, Dustin Cole, Cole. This is like, I don't know, I don't want to exaggerate, but it's kind of like Joyce walks amongst us kind of feeling. Like that's not right, but
James Joyce.
Yeah. Just to give a sense of how original and new and fresh I found this compared to so much slop that is out there. I find it very difficult to find good fiction to read. It's literary without being pretentious, but it's got just enough pretension to be interesting. The palette of words that he uses is just bizarre and strange and wonderful and shocking. There are little flares of prose being turned into documentary film in a way. And I think it's the first book I read that was critical of the lockdowns and essentially a kind of literary indictment of it. And it's just really well written. And it also has that thing where when I started to reread it, I was like, how on earth did this pull me in? Like it's just one of those rare books that I could not stop reading it until I was done. So if you like literature and you like to be challenged and to learn weird words and just see literature done a different way, highly, highly recommend that.
I mentioned Finnegan's Wake a call or two ago, and I was just wondering which of James Joyce's novels you were analogizing this one to, or...
Well, as I say, I caught myself as an exaggeration. Why I would say it's Joycean does have something to do with the word choices. It does have something to do with the fact that it's a kind of road novel, and Ulysses is a road story. But I guess I'd better say that it has echoes of what made modernist literature so great.
Let me just give people a little summary of Ulysses, published in 1922, a modernist masterpiece, often considered one of the greatest novels ever written. Follows Leopold Bloom through a single day in Dublin June 16th, 1904, paralleling Homer's Odyssey.
Yeah, I've read Ulysses, and it was one of the most painful projects I ever had, but well worth reading in order to get a sense of Pound's dictum to make it new. And I think he did quite well. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm more of a fan of Finnegan's Wake and Joyce's short stories. But the reason why I brought that out is more to stress how different this is from what we're normally seeing. And apparently Dustin Cole has a new book coming out. His previous book was called Notice. It's not as strong, but you see where you get a sense of how he's going to develop into someone who can write something better. And I'm really excited for his next book. And I talk to him sometimes on Twitter, back and forth.
Well,
but I don't know why mainstream presses are not going after stuff like this in favor of writing that's just so thin. You know, this has got some real substance, and it's got teeth, because although I say it's an indictment of the lockdowns, it's not without nuance. It's not without problematizing its own critique. And it's just really great. Like, the character studies are fascinating. And the fact that it slips into this kind of documentary mode sometimes is making it makes an interesting point. So it's a form content conceit that you just don't see very often anymore. It's just delightful to me.
There's an interesting kind of parallel here. Again, coming from ChatGPT, Dubliners in A Portrait of the Artist, as a young man, exposed the paralysis, hypocrisy, and limitations of Irish life. He was critical of the Catholic Church and Irish nationalism, often resisting the romanticized view of Ireland. His works, especially Ulysses and Finnegan's Wake, focus on universal human experiences rather than national identity. Ulysses reworks Homer's Odyssey using Dublin as a microcosm for all human experience. So I think it's important for people to understand that there's criticism, sort of social criticism, embedded in these works. And there's the analogy there with the lockdowns and sort of embedding a criticism of social policy or whoever's in power making these decisions within a novel.
Yeah. And it doesn't take the easy road. Run the bead. Highly good, I think. And I really don't care. Like, somebody might say, well, the way this novel concludes is on the wrong side. No, I don't think you've read it very carefully then. There is no side. It's a portrait. And you might say, but that's impossible. Everybody has a bias and so forth. And I don't know. I mean, that I think is one of the standards of what makes literature great, is somehow it's escaping the bias. It's really portraiting. It's camera-like in the sense that is the picture. It just happens to be that it's done in words.
I think that's especially for people that are less familiar with fiction and want to understand why people read fiction and read contemporary stuff that talks about current issues, is these authors are seen as people who are highly perceptive, and they're, through their story, either with varying levels of analogy or obscurity, or kind of separating the story of the book with real, quote unquote, real life. They're kind of showing you how to think about an issue, and they're showing you sides that you wouldn't have thought about on your own, or tensions that you wouldn't have thought about, that trade-off or that complexity. And they're kind of weaving through, almost like an expert mountain biker, the way they can sort of see paths, and they're taking you on that journey where you come away with a deeper understanding of things and considering perspectives you wouldn't have thought about before. And authors who do this well become trusted people, where you can, in the same way you might have a favorite news commentator or comedian, they become very trusted sort of guides through navigating difficult situations. And the best ones aren't these sort of loudmouth, uniperspective. They're not like demagogues arguing for one side. They're showing you the real complexity of issues and making you think deeper about things.
Yeah, yeah. Do you write any fiction yourself?
I'm not at the stage of really writing the fiction, although I think through my teaching, I'm always trying to use examples and help people think analogically between things and see connections where they maybe didn't before. And so I think there's I think you can use that in a very similar way that a fiction author uses quote unquote fake stories to create a similar kind of sensation for people of helping them think through issues and see other perspectives on things. Because I think that's really, and that's what Dramatica really drove home for me, is that their theory of story is that you're really trying to teach the viewer in an indirect way how to take the perspective of different characters and empathize and understand and put people in the shoes of people who come from other walks of life.
Yeah. You can tell when fiction has some kind of moral argument or better said, more than one moral argument. You can tell when it has only one versus multiple. And unfortunately, we've just gone through a period of time where it became a bunch of fiction that's just thin with one moral argument, as opposed to tapestry like writing that used to be so common that would give you multiple points of view. So
yeah, I was just reading something about Toni Morrison's work about it's called The Aesthetics of Something. It's a 2022 book, and it's just about how she really captures kind of the nuances of contentious social issues, and embeds that in her work and sort of forces the reader to think about that. So there's the story of In Beloved, which is one of her most famous novels, 1987, involves a mother killing her child. And I was blanking on, I want to make sure I was remembering correctly, but basically the vignette in the novel is, or let me just read this. So the novel is inspired by a real life story of Margaret Gardner, an escaped enslaved woman who was captured, killed her own daughter rather than allow her to return to slavery. And so that's a very kind of poignant thought experiment, you could say, of like the thing with one of the things that perspectives on philosophy I think is really interesting is like these famous thought experiments like the trolley problem and other, the cave. These are really sort of short stories. If you really think about them, they're short stories, they're mental simulations. And to be a great philosopher is to sort of have this collection of stories that you can draw on to help you crystallize, like, how should I feel about this situation? Or how should I frame this situation? And so there's this really interesting connection between being a great novelist and being a great philosopher, where and I think Daniel Dennett was really good at this. You had the famous fluke thing where it's like the bug gets into the brain and it's like controlling the cat. And there's some virus that gets into a cat through like a flea that the cat eats the grass or the plant or something. And so it's like, to be a great philosopher, and I think Sam Harris has a good element of this, of like being able to give examples through stories to frame issues and help clarify what are the key issues at stake. Lawyers are also good at this, using case law and reasoning through examples of stuff. So yeah, I think that's kind of I like to see how stories are everywhere and they don't just exist in novels or just movies, but like really so much of communication is story.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a book Peter Sage wrote called, I think it's called The Inside Track, and he wound up in prison for some time because of whatever business machinations that went on. But he makes a point there, since you mentioned lawyers, it came to mind, that really it came down to the legal team that told the better story. And so,
And, you know, law really comes out of, I was studying comparative jurisprudence and looking at, like in the West, we've had this secularization, whereas you look at like Islamic jurisprudence, there's much more of a close connection between, okay, well, what's the part of the Quran that says this or that about how we should do things? And like, or the Hadith, what's the analogous thing that we should be comparing to? Whereas in English common law and what we have in the US and the Commonwealth countries, it's, you know, there is case law, but there's also like the Good Samaritan. And like the Good Samaritan law is protecting, you know, if you find somebody like the ambulance guy, but who found you when after that attack, but like imagine it was just I showed up and I wasn't a professional. If I help you and then I actually make it worse, and then you sue me for like causing you worse damage, then the Good Samaritan law would protect me from you suing me for trying to help you, but actually like, you know, doing something wrong. So it's like, there are still tiny elements of drawing things back to scripture, but it's much more sort of transparent and still active in religious jurisprudence, where you're analogizing things to stories, and like what we're talking about with Jesus parables and with just stuff in the Bible. Like there is this very real sense of like, okay, what was done in the past? What are these stories that we venerate and people, characters and heroes we respect? And then how do we draw an analogy of the current legal situation or current case before us and the most relevant past cases or stories?
yeah. Well, I think that's in precedent, built in. I don't think we're lacking in that at all.
Yeah.
So really important.
What was the next book that you had?
Well, speaking of story, the one mnemonic book I chose, since we didn't go through it before, is Mnemonic Methods by Robert Flood. Now, that's not a book that ever existed, but this is taken from his very long works, the mnemonic parts of them. I haven't memorized the Latin title that it's taken from, but could look it up soon enough here. This is a Latin and English edition. And so the thing that's interesting about Flood is that he really hammers on how to use story in your mnemonic methods. And so the Latin is utrusque cosmi maioris scilicet et minors. That's the full book that it's drawn from, which is kind of a mystical, or at his time, science book anyway. But the memory thing that's extraordinary to me is he is one of the few mnemonists who says, do not make stuff up. If you are going to use mnemonics, base it on things that are already in your memory. Doesn't say it that exact way, but it's been the core of my teaching, because I see all these people, they send me their mnemonic examples, and they're talking about fridges and stones and cars, and like, it's just no, that's going to be very, very difficult to memorize with that. He's like Samson and Delilah, those are images that are very evocative in your mind. Use them, and have a sword, but have a sword in the hand of a very specific person. So it's person, action, object kind of stuff, but with this imperative. And a lot of
Isn't
people
that fictional? That's not like, maybe you could clarify what you mean by sounds like you're talking about realistic or evocative.
Well, Samson and Delilah is a real experience. So we're not worried about whether it's fiction or not. We're worried about whether it's in your mind or not. So in his time, people would have seen paintings of this if they hadn't read it. They would know.
So like in their church or, cathedral.
I think it's actually Jezebel that he gives, not Samson and Delilah. I'm just pulling this out. If memory serves, it's Jezebel. But the point being is, but this goes further because I'm to the thing. He says, and people have misunderstood this in his book, and I find that very sad. But now this translation is quite nice, because he has this drawing of a theater, and people think that he's saying build an imaginary theater in your mind. No, he's saying build one of the best Merry Palaces you'll ever build will be based on where you saw a play, because it's real, but those figures there don't have to be real figures. They're going to be real by virtue of you having experienced the characters. So it's not about fiction or not fiction. It's about the extent of the experience that you're drawing upon and its alphabetical specificity. And this is very, very important, because very few even Bruno doesn't really do this. Bruno bases his things on gods and so forth. A lot of his images are based on mythology, which, yes, okay, they're statues that people would have seen and whatnot, but Flood is like, base it on the actual actors, the people. So there is a more imperative to real, but it doesn't require that it's fiction or nonfiction. But he's trying to get you to, I would say in the common parlance, he's trying to get you to use your episodic memory in combination with your semantic memory and your autobiographical memory and your spatial memory and your figural memory with a much tighter package intentionally to get a much stronger effect, which is just virtually absent from any other mnemonic work of the Elizabethan era. And Aristotle pushes in that direction, but not nearly enough. And maybe Hugh of St. Victor is in that direction, but not nearly enough.
I think this is good.
This is where we get to real memory palaces, real exposure to actual things that are already dynamic. So you're reducing the cognitive load to the nth degree.
Yes,
I use those words, but that's the implications of what he's saying.
So one of the interesting things for me with mnemonics is now that I go back and I've had the experiences of like this more rich internal experience and like flying through or like being able to navigate these imaginary but realistic memory palaces, if you want to call them that, because that's even kind of a constraint on what we're really talking about in terms of inner experience. And so that's part of why I've brought up stuff like astral projection, remote viewing. These are all different labels that try to get at, pieces of this pie, which is a rich internal experience. And I sort of can now look back and say, oh, I kind of did had this or that thing earlier in life. But when I was first exposed to mnemonics, it didn't resonate with me in terms of like, you can have this whole world in your mind, or you can even imagine things. Like the idea of that you could develop an imagination, like sort of like developing a muscle, or like you can go from not really having it to like having it better than most people. That took sort of a leap of faith for me to think that it was worth doing, or that it could happen for me. And so I know some people watching this and listening to this may be thinking, what, some people can imagine, some people can't. I'm one of the people that can't. And I personally, when I got started, I could not like go into my mind's eye and like picture this or that thing. Now I can. And so I really went from like the equivalent of like the scrawny guy who like couldn't lift a 5-pound weight to like lifting, banging out 225s. So like you can have that similar kind of experience with your imagination, with this mnemonic stuff. And I personally went through that. And I know a lot of people who are into mnemonics, they sort of already had that advantage when they got started of like, it was already intuitive for them to imagine stuff and like fly around in their mind. And for me, it was, I had none of, I was at like absolute zero. So I just want to give
an interesting question though. People can say, oh, I do all this stuff, but how much Sanskrit can they rattle off? That I have zero care or concern what imaginary people can do. This is about, and this is what Flood's getting at. This is about the art of combination. It's not about imagination. It's about combination. It's a very different proposition. So I get it why a lot of people don't get into mnemonics, because they're sold pictures and images and all these people who are like, my imagination is so good. And then you ask them, okay, well, what's such and such? And, they won't instantly make an image for 1572 because they're not going to make the mistake of forgetting when St. Bartholomew's or the Bartholomew's Day massacres, right? They're going to have those images there, right? And they're going to use them, but there's nothing visual about how I did that. It's logical. It's a combinatorial thing. So yeah,
but you're leveraging a lot of information. I mean, you're a very well-read man.
That can be partly an advantage. I'll grant that, but not because of the reading, but because of the phonics, the exposure to phonics.
Can you talk a little bit more about that? Because that doesn't sound right to me.
What sounds wrong about it?
I mean, the way I think about knowledge is it's very much, sort of informational, explicit knowledge is really a web of stuff where it's you fit that the 1572 within what are the other things that happened that century, knowing lots of
thought of the German krautrock band Can, because K is 7 and 2 is N. There's no embedding of it in anything. I literally need to memorize this because it's the second time that someone said, hey, when is that massacre? And I never knew because I never memorized it. But when you looked it up, and I have to actually fact check you, but you said 1572. And so I was like making an image now. There's no embedding of it in the larger web of knowledge. It's purely combinatorial based on phonics. K is 7, 2 is N. There happens to be a German krautrock band called Can. Done. Now you could say, oh, but that knowledge of the German krautrock band is reading. Well, yeah, but I listened to them. I haven't read a single book about Can. And the idea that I know that it's krautrock, well, did I really know that it's krautrock from reading? Or is it because someone told me phonically that it was? Because I listened to an interview with, I don't know, Blixabargelt from Einstürzen and Neubauten that I heard it was krautrock. Like, I think it's quite a personal thing at the end of the day. But the embedding of knowledge mnemonically, or it's not that larger knowledge doesn't help mnemonically, but the actual mnemonic application is combinatorial based on phonics. And so reading will, especially if you read out loud a lot, will give you an advantage. And I think we talked about this before, maybe not, but Sold a Story is a very good podcast to listen to about how that whole language reading removed for millions of people the learning to read phonically. And I encountered a great mystery early on when I was teaching mnemonics, because people just got it. They understood it very easily. And then all of a sudden this change happened. What is this change? And it is that a group of people came to age who never learned to read phonically, and they were starting to get into mnemonics, and they couldn't understand what to do or how to do it because they had no phonic exposure.
Yeah,
so that's a thesis. It's not. I'm not saying that that's the be all and end all of it, because there can be a lot of other things like Instagram and TikTok and blah blah blah. But that is one of them, and it wasn't even a thing I derived myself. A very, very skilled mnemonist named Richard Rubin told me that. And he said, you got to look into whole language reading. And he's like, that's his thesis, why that people are starting to, or at a certain period, all of a sudden, like this generational shift. And it's like the mind that understood mnemonics so easily just fell away.
Yeah, I think I misunderstood.
I'm struggling with Tony Bazan books. What? And I don't mean that in a negative sense. Like, it breaks my heart that it couldn't get an easier, a more accessible writer about mnemonics. Anyways, it's phonic in my mind. Above all, the primacy is on the combinatory nature of links between sounds and figures and if you can speed up your process to developing tools to do that, you don't need context. Context will help and you should use it. But that's not, we know it's not the game changer because we've watched people memorize decks of cards in less than 12 seconds. What context do they have for that? We've watched almost, I think 100,000 digits of pi has been surpassed. What's the context of that? It's phonics is what it is at the core. And the webs of knowledge, we can make an argument about that. And I'm not saying it's not there. I'm just saying it's not the ne plus ultra. And it would be.
Can you translate that? Ne, not plus.
Yeah.
Most.
Well, no, it's like literally, or figuratively, you translate it. It's not the biggest thing.
Okay.
Plus to.
Yeah, so we're going to do a separate video on just mnemonics so we can get.
By the way, I don't care if anybody like agrees or disagrees with my theories about it, because the theory, or this is a level of theory, but then there's like the music theory. So there's the scientific theorization. Then there's the application theory. I'm much more interested in the application theory, and the application theory is very clear. You either figure out your phonics or you don't. Like that is the ne plus ultra right there. And then there's practice. So,
like, part of how I think about these whole bookshelf tours is I think books and like the visual of the physical book serves as a mnemonic for us to enter into this interconnected web of knowledge. And like, when we're talking and like connecting the dots between these different authors, we're not accessing, or at least I'm not accessing like a phonetic mnemonic for this or that thing. I like, these things are just interconnected, and I'm just like, ideas pop up, and I'm sure you have similar experience. So like, there's a large part of like unconscious stuff, and like the phonetic helper to me is more of like a scaffolding that helps. And like for certain specific info, you always sort of need to have that. But like a huge amount of my knowledge, and I would assume your knowledge, is like this stuff about Deleuze and like Wittgenstein, and like, it's unconscious mastery. Like you don't need those helpers.
No, I think it's very, very conscious. And
wow.
There's a deliberate attempt that I've had to put in place to remember things.
Okay.
I really do not have a great memory. I have too many health problems to pay even very good attention to things. So if I really want to know something, I have an image, or not an image is just a bad word. I have a mnemonic at a page by page level. And I'm not the only person who does this. It's a way of helping. And then there's deliberate reflection, like literally playing through in one's mind the scenario that Wittgenstein is talking about, as if it's a story, as if that you are the kid, as if you are the adult later. And that just doesn't come without an intention, an actual strategic going through it. But nonetheless, my key focus on what mnemonics is all about at the end of the day is, do you want to have it word perfect? What do you do for that, right? And be able to quote things. And so, if it's Leibniz, everything possible has an urge to exist. I guarantee you, I would not be able to say that word for word if I hadn't memorized it word for word. This just, well, sometimes I can skip certain words, but the kinds of things as long as I'm not tired and I can rattle stuff off by memory because of the application of the technique and focusing on very, very specific ways of using the technique. And those ways are very rarely in the other books, but they are in Flood, which is why I wanted to memorize or mention it. Yeah, we can do a deep dive into all that stuff, but I'm not trying to sell anybody on a particular position or argument. I ultimately don't care. All I care is the radical honesty. Can you do it or can you not? And there's a bad thing in our culture that, and I harp upon it because you mentioned it. I have friends who can fly around in their minds and I couldn't. that's not the game changer, because I know all kinds of people who tell me all kinds of imaginative stuff. And I say, okay, what have you memorized? They can't just, you say, what did I memorize? And I'll tell you, so, and I don't have a mind's eye. I've started to have a mind's eye, but I don't really care to have it, because it's quite nice and peaceful, just in my weird conceptual way of flying through stars and so forth. And, how I experienced those stars, I would never tell you they were visual. I just was flying through the stars, it's just, there's nothing to see. I mean, maybe I'm too literal on the nose in this world. I lack a certain sense of humor. When people tell me jokes, I have a very hard time seeing other people's humor. But at the end of the day, when you tell me about seeing pictures, I think of pictures hanging on the wall. But when I close my eyes, that's imagination. There's nothing visual about it. It is what it is, and it's beyond category what it is. There's no name for it. It's beyond form. It's something completely different. It's dare I say, magic. So anyway, sorry, I did go on a long tirade there, but I love what it does for people. And when I see people accomplishing legit things, that's the great counter argument to my pure immanence. They actually are separate, and something external has done something to them that is quite unique and doesn't happen otherwise, unless that they connect with it. So how could they connect with it if they weren't separate from it beforehand? That sort of thing. I love that.
Yeah, so definitely.
Of course, that again only provides more evidence of the connection that was already inherently there, because potential and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, so definitely, I recommend everybody tune in for our memory call, because that's going to be interesting.
All right, I got only a few left here. We can speed through them.
Yeah, definitely.
Or not speed through them. It's up to you. These I put together: Wyndham Lewis, The Enemy, and Blasting and Bombardiering. And the reason why I thought of Wyndham Lewis, because I remember when we began this long adventure, you said, oh, there's not that many biographies. And I was just thinking, man, there's tons of biographies here. And this is one of my favorites, The Enemy. And Blasting and Bombardiering is an autobiography. Anyway, it's almost like and this is, sorry, I should be showing the spine and all that. It's almost like a wonderful document in how not to live. In a way, especially if you're a creative person who can't stop yourself from creating things. Because Wyndham Lewis, one of the criticisms that's made of him is that he was a very, very good painter who should have stuck with painting and kept his mouth shut, but he couldn't stop himself from writing. He wanted to be perceived as an intellectual. The reason why his biography is called The Enemy is because he had a publication called The Enemy, very short-lived. But he just went on the warpath against all kinds of people, and his books can be very hard to read, because he just jumps into some argument that he's having with people you don't know, and just tearing them apart. But basically, he was born in Canada. He wound up in England. He was the Canadian war artist in the First World War. He made extraordinary paintings. There's just nothing like them. I've seen them in the Canadian National Gallery. Astonishing, his art. He created a school called Vorticism, and he had a whole visual text project called Blast. And apparently he got the printers to make vertical typing for him, like vertical iron cast printing machine stuff, so that he could print Blast vertically on this book. He was the first, and in Blast, from what I understand, is the first place Hemingway was published. One of the first places T.S. Eliot was published. I think Joyce had an early publication in Blast, and it was amazing. But he set himself up as the enemy against everybody right from the get-go, and that was the character that he played. And I just find it's so tragic how he made so many mistakes, but you can learn from them. It's like being so convinced of yourself. and not being willing to prevaricate on various points. Anyway, he winds up blind in Toronto, and I think he burned down the hotel that he lived in on Parliament Street. And then he eventually went to England, and apparently he was so paranoid at the end that he had 56 different mailboxes that he received messages in and so forth. Anyway, it was just such a story, such an amazing story, but really a document in how not to live. And if you dimensionalize it and expand it, there's a book that has Wyndham Lewis's correspondence with Ezra Pound. And it just shows you how good we have it. If you want to do the Steven Pinker dance, man, did they ever have a hard life. Holy cow. I think few amongst us could handle that. And not just the fact that there were wars that they went to and the PTSD that they must have suffered from what they saw, but the episodes that you read of how they're trying to get medicine, how they know there's no medicine for various conditions that, and there's this endless time that's spent in trying to deal with stuff that we now have just perfect solutions for, that you do within an afternoon, you're on the mend. Really interesting. And how generous they were to each other, sending money back and forth to help with things. There's this episode where James Joyce loses his shoes, and next thing you know, Wyndham Lewis and Ezra Pound are like pooling money to get him a new pair of shoes and a new suit and all this stuff. It's just extraordinary. And the battles that Wyndham Lewis had were real. Like the Bloomsbury Group really blacklisted him. So there were everything that we hear about deplatforming now as if it's new. He was deplatformed. He deserved it in some senses. I mean, he wrote a book in praise of Hitler, for example. But this is before all the bad stuff started happening. But nonetheless, like he's just totally blind to it. And he literally became blind later in his life. And I mean, later he tries to apologize for what he wrote in praise of Hitler, but he's so dumb in some sense that he can't even tell that the title of the book for his apology is obviously going to be misread as not an apology, because he calls it Jews, Are They Human? Like, how stupid can you be? And then he has to go on these endless explanations. So really, really a total document of really, I don't know. You can learn a lot about how not to live from Shakespearean tragedies, but you can also learn from real life. And he just didn't take opportunities that he had. Like, I think I mentioned to you, McLuhan got him a gig, or tried to get him a gig. I think he did get an actual university position through McLuhan somewhere in the States. And he just blew it. People were just like, paint, man, paint. And he did portraits of T.S. Eliot, amazing portraits of various people. They're so good, but he couldn't stop himself from attacking people in books and just tearing them to pieces. Even in one of his books, he even is talking about how his art art should be like a bomb. It's just to that extent, he framed himself as the enemy. So we got you an incel in the end.
Anti-hero.
No, you have to ask yourself how heroic he was. And I don't know the answer.
But he thought he was heroic.
Oh, yeah. But I don't think I don't know. Maybe he thought of himself as an anti-hero. I don't know. I mean, I wrote a screenplay that I was very lucky to have read by, or part of it was read by Peter Greenaway, and I got to speak with Peter Greenaway about it. But he basically talked me out of being in the movies, which is good, a great gift. So I tried to, and I wanted to do a sequel. I wanted to do a trilogy. It would be Pound, Lewis, Pound, and I never really did settle on who the third person would be, but it probably would have been like Edith Sitwell or someone like that. But or maybe Virginia Woolf. I think Virginia Woolf would have been a great project, especially because of the battle between Wyndham Lewis and Virginia Woolf. But
which Lewis?
Wyndham Lewis.
Wyndham Lewis. Okay.
This guy we were just talking about here. The Bloomsbury Group was Virginia Woolf was part of it. And they deplatformed. They essentially prevented Lewis from being published in all kinds of places. So
was that connected to the Blue Stockings?
What's that?
Was that connected to the Blue Stockings?
If it was, I don't know, because I think the Blue Stockings is new to me.
Okay, I'm just going to search that. The Bloomsbury Group and the Blue Stockings were both intellectual circles that included prominent writers thinking as artists, but they emerged in different time periods. So the Blue Stockings were 18th century intellectual salon movement in Britain. And the Bloomsbury Group was early 20th century literary and artistic circle in Bloomsbury, London. So, yeah, those are just two separate things.
Anyway, I shouldn't have made a joke about him being an incel. That's a bad running joke, but the thing is,
I think people get that we're joking around a little bit with the incel.
Yeah, I hope so. The thing is also, I mean, I'm just super interested in people who just are massively engineered somehow, or for whatever reason, they just outproduce, to their detriment in a way. And I've always tried to figure out how I can spend more time on editing my stuff and so forth, because I feel that similar impulses is good enough, and like the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And I think he had that where he just didn't think very much about what he was putting out there. But he was such a good artist, and he couldn't see that his calling was not art. He wanted to be considered an intellectual, and the world beat him down. He was not going to be considered an intellectual. And very few people, like maybe Frederick Jameson, was interested enough to write an intellectual biography. And there's a few here and there, but this biography, The Enemy, is not an intellectual biography. It's a biography of him as a writer and an artist. But he didn't get the message, and I think I learned a lot about like hearing what the message is, seeing what the opportunity is, and then just focusing on that and being satisfied with it, and not having to be considered a philosopher, not even having to be considered an academic just because I have a PhD. Who cares? The world does not care, and you're not going to bend it to your will. Nietzsche says it would be easier to change the entire universe than to change just one other person. And Lewis wanted to change everybody, and he just drove himself nuts trying to do that.
I just want to give people a little background on Frederick Jameson, because I think he's a really interesting guy who's not as well known. So this is
died, actually.
Yeah, this is from ChatGPT. Born 1934, American Marxist literary critic, theorist, and philosopher, best known for his analysis of postmodernism, cultural theory, and the relationship between capitalism and aesthetics. His most famous work is Postmodernism, or the Cultural Logic of Late Capitalism, 1991, argues that postmodern culture is deeply tied to global capitalism. He describes postmodernism as depthless culture of simulacra, nostalgia, and pastiche. One of my favorite words, pastiche, replacing the grand narratives of modernism. Pastiche versus parody. Unlike parody, which has a critical edge, pastiche is a neutral imitation of older styles without political or historical awareness. He also wrote,
I'm not so sure about that.
He blends Hegelian dialectics with psychoanalytic and semiotic theory. Semiotic theory is another interesting thing. Political unconscious, he wrote in 1981, literature and culture should be interpreted as deeply political. Every cultural text can be read as a symptom of its historical moment and economic conditions. I really like that phrasing of it. So
I think my favorite book of his is called The Geopolitical Aesthetic. It's not that commonly talked about, but
yeah,
I highly recommend that.
Can you talk about that a little bit? That sounds really interesting.
Yeah, well, it's partly how does the world appear in movies? So speaking of the other one is Signatures of the Visible. That's I think maybe put that ahead of geopolitical aesthetic. But just to stick with geopolitical aesthetic, it's like how is it that our imagination perceives geopolitics? Essentially, what are the semiotics of it? And so it's quite good in terms of just going through in pop culture how that these various images work on the imagination, and then basically how through some, this is his view, some machinations, we wind up against ourselves, like politically, rather than going for full freedom. We adopt various systems, and I don't know if that's entirely true. Anyway, it's a long time since I read it, but one of the movies that he goes through that I've mentioned before is called The Parallax View, and the Parallax View is about a patsy, the production of how you produce assassins, and assassins are, of course, very interesting figures, and what is it that movie is doing to our imagination, and do we actually reach the conclusion that the movie is trying to get us to reach, as opposed to the conclusion of the larger program that's going on, if so, insofar as there is one, because of the pastiche problem. And then Signatures of the Visible is...
I just wanted to say something about the geopolitical aesthetic. I don't know if this is connected or not, but this made me think of, are you familiar with the Chinese action movie from 2015 called Wolf Warrior?
I have heard of it, but not seen it.
So it was a huge hit, and I guess there was something about how it sort of depicted the Chinese special forces confronting foreign mercenaries, and it was sort of like a indirect setting up of American versus Chinese militaries, and so it had sort of a jingoistic aspect to it, or propagandistic aspect to it, Wolf Warrior. And so it sort of represented growing confidence in China of their military capabilities, and just overall cultural and nationalistic fervor.
Yeah. I mean, just a huge question is, movies are telling us something, but are we listening? Right. And that's, as I understand it, that's part of the project there. And
there's also like a lot of Hollywood income comes from foreign distribution, and so like to get a movie into China, you can't be talking about Taiwan in the wrong way. You can't be, having messages that aren't going to be palatable to the CCP. So there's a big, I don't know if that's too superficial of a perspective in terms of the geopolitical aesthetic, but.
No, well, that's a very old book, but I mean, if he were to write a new one, I don't know what he would say because of his Marxist leanings. But
yeah,
what I would say is there is a interesting period where we get more movies where problems are decided by committee. And those movies where problems are decided by committee are things like The Avengers. And that's a very unusual switch all of a sudden.
Did we talk about Terry Eagleton before, or Eggleton?
We haven't talked about Terry Eagleton, and I have read him, but I don't have a terrible amount to say.
Yeah. So he wrote Literary Theory and Introduction, and that's a really famous intro to literary theory. That's pretty good. And he's also a Marxist intellectual critic of postmodernism.
Yeah, I just don't understand postmodernism. I don't know how to be a critic of it. I don't know what it means.
I just think of it as an umbrella term for like all the cacophony that follows the grand narratives.
Well, yeah, sure. But then see, there's a book here by Jason Storm called Metamodernism that we skipped over. And Jason Storm, this is exactly why I have a problem with this. So he has his book, Metamodernism. He says, the problem is that we label everything. Category, category, category. We got to get rid of it. So here's the one, Metamodernism, right? And now he's recasting it through all this thing, right? But in an interview, I listened to him, and he says, oh, yeah, well, actually, I didn't really mean this metamodernism thing, but the publishers, they pushed on me, and I was, So what, huh? So this is where I'm just like very, very
Mad Men.
Sorry?
Mad Men.
Mad Men, yeah. I mean, I'm just very happy to exist outside of this system. I don't want people telling me that if my book, this comes to the whole thing with Oulipo and Metaphysics. If I want a book that has no content except for footnotes, then I will. That's what I want to push out with no title, right? Why is the mainstream press so opposed to what would be an incredible experience, an incredible object to have? Well, the Eulipians, they don't care about this. This is part of metaphysics. We have to solve this problem, this imaginary problem, that there's a book that does not exist, that is only footnotes with no text to which the footnotes are referring. And this is one of the most entertaining set of footnotes you will ever read. It's so great. So they solve that problem by actually making it real, and it exists. But if I go to a publisher, they're going to tell me what my book is going to be called. And this is egregious, especially when the argument of your book is to stop categorizing things, stop labeling things. So we'll call it metamodernism. You have to call it metamodernism, as opposed to labels and now, or some whatever. I mean, I know that's a bad title, but he doesn't even fight for it. He just goes along with it. So I don't know what their critique of postmodernism is. I don't think they have one. I don't think there is such a thing as postmodernism. I'm biased because I'm a form content guy. I'm the guy who sits there and, sprays red paint on guillotine books because I'm that passionate about creating a form content unity that is no longer divided, right? But the lack of care and thought that goes into book titles because they're doing a science experiment to see what will sell on the market, I'm fine. I'm not against markets and so forth. But when we're doing intellectual work, when we're doing philosophy, and we're going to give a book a name that completely undercuts the point of the book, that's, well, you asked me what it means to sell your soul. There you go.
Nice. Nice.
In any case, I'm too judgmental, I guess, but
all philosophy is footnotes to Plato. That's what I thought of when you were talking.
Yeah, except for in this one, it's footnotes to nothing, which is great. Just blank pages. I'm not sure where my Oulipo book is. I could show you it, but it's somehow gone away from my desk. Oh, here it is. It hasn't gone away at all. It's one of the easier parts of the book to find. So that's all you get.
Can you hold up the cover to the camera, the Penguin book? Yeah, I wasn't sure how to spell that.
Yeah, it's Oeuvre de littérature potentielle. It's an acronym. And I ordered this thinking it was a book that I had read in university that was repackaged, but it's or not repackaged, but repackaged and extended. But actually, it's not. It's a new collection. My quest to recollect my books and stuff is just not going to happen. It's not going to work out. But I'll still go ahead, get stuff. But anyway, that's really, really good if you like conceptual literature as a collection. And there's just some amazing things in there that I enjoy a great deal. But what I like about Oulipo and the pataphysics things in general is it is a parody of scholarship, and it exposes the ways that scholars undercut themselves by playing these power games and criticizing. They monetize their criticization of the thing that they say they're trying to destroy. So
but that's part and parcel. I think it's important to understand that that's part and parcel of one of the key theories of what philosophy is, which is all it is these sort of power games and parody and performativity and making money and accumulating money and power and status. And it's just like every other aspect of life. And so they're just playing the real game, and they understand what's really going on. And us idealists are, in the cave looking at shadows on a wall.
Well, I think there's a lot to that. Yeah. And there is back to the whole Marx thing. There is criticism of Marx literally being there. This guy is like, I actually am pulling this off. If they don't see that I'm a pataphysician, and look at what's happened. So it's like an egregore. It creates it creates the monster becomes real, that it was always intended to be a fiction.
And that's part of what's, I think some academics, they get a kick out of doing these parodies, because then they see people taking them seriously from the outside, and that's part of the fun. It's kind of like the kid who's shooting spitballs in the back of class, and the teachers, taking everything very seriously, or they're kind of joking around and being the class clown. They get there's sort of a joy and a pleasure in being that class clown, but having a PhD and having a professorship at a respected institution, and still getting to sort of be a class clown, and then having outsiders thinking you're very serious because you're using big words and big sentences.
Yeah. There's an interesting book about this, actually, or it relates to this anyway. It's called Mensonge by, I think it's Malcolm Bradbury. So
could you spell that, the title?
Yeah, I think it's Mensong. Might be an E at the end.
And the author again?
I think it's Malcolm Bradbury.
Malcolm Bradbury. Okay.
I'm not sure. It's not coming up, so I might have misremembered it. Anyway, it's got an E at the end. So Malcolm Bradbury. It's a satire of the fashionable modes of literary and cultural criticism, and specifically structuralism and deconstructionism. So it's quite a fun send up. Very short book, really well worth reading if you have a taste for some of these schools of thought, and it really makes a lot of fun out of them.
As part of the hoax with James, what's his name? And
Peter Boghossian. Is that his name? Peter Boghossian and James Lindsay.
And Pluckrose was part of that. You had her
Pluckrose, yeah. I'm very sympathetic to those things. I think that's just great.
And there's a history of those hoaxes. So it's basically it's a practical joke. It's a type of humor, but there's a serious satire to it. And that's
an act of war. Those hoaxes, they're trying to expose to shuffle things up and get an institution that's focused back on science. And like, you can do literary theory as a science. It's very easy. You don't have to be making up all kinds of weird stuff. And when I went to university, I feel like I was like one of the last years that was held to having some kind of literary science to what you were doing. But I had people on my committee that they didn't care about the science thing. They wanted to know about the philosophical grounding. And I was just like, well, I learned reader response theory here. There's actually an economy here, that things are working this way for the reasons that they're working. But I think 1 year later or so, I probably wouldn't have gotten through.
There's a famous story, A Modest Proposal by Jonathan Swift, 1729. And it's a satirical, I'll just give you the AI summary of it. A satirical essay that suggests the poor Irish should sell their children as food to the wealthy English to solve poverty and overpopulation. He writes as an anonymous economic planner, sarcastically proposing that poor Irish families raise their babies for consumption. He calculates the economic benefit of selling 1-year-old children as a delicacy for the English upper class. The essay mocks the inhumanity of British policies towards the Irish by taking colonial exploitation to an absurd extreme. So it's a critique of British oppression, a satire of cold economic thinking, and a social and moral outrage. Famous quote: "A young, healthy child, well nursed, is, at a year old, a most delicious, nourishing, and wholesome food, whether stewed, roasted, baked, or boiled." I hadn't heard that one. I haven't read it, but it's sort of
Swift was an early pataphysician.
Can you say more about that?
Yeah, he described a machine that could write potential, anticipatory plagiarism. You could write books that haven't been written yet in a computational way to solve various problems. And I think there was even in Gulliver's Travels a illustration of what this machine should look like. So, yeah, Swift was great. I think, is it with Alexander Pope? I can't remember. I remember reading a couple of his correspondences with someone, and I think it was with Alexander Pope, and they were just really great. Whoever it was, arguing about various things. So, you want to do a few more?
Yeah, definitely. I was going to ask you I was going to say one other came up in another tour, Judith Butler's famous book on gender trouble, and she talks about how cross-dressing has a history of being a satire of gender performance and the sort of performativity of gender. And I think and that's a very influential book within this gender movement that we're experiencing today. And a lot of people don't understand the sort of playfulness in her work and the sort of satire of these drag performances, and they see it through sort of a more superficial lens, as opposed to what's, oftentimes these issues are much more complicated, and there's satire involved, and there's sort of pataphysics of gender, pataphysics of what is identity.
I wouldn't give them pataphysics necessarily.
Oh, okay. You don't take it that far?
No, because you have to be intentionally doing pataphysics in order to be. We don't just grant that glory to just anyone because it seems to us pataphysical.
Okay.
No, they have to be solving an imaginary problem. But are they solving an imaginary problem with the intention of it being imaginary in order to have it an imaginary solution? I don't know. In any case, I'm deeply sympathetic to all that. One of my favorite books, I don't even know if that's what this is called. It was something like Body as Hammer. And it was really great. Like it talked about.
Sounds like philosophy with a hammer.
Yeah, but that's not what was meant here. It was something to do with how, and this is in film studies, how that, during the Reagan era is when you're going to get movies that have Schwarzenegger and Stallone. But if you went to the Jimmy Carter era, you've got like Warren Beatty and all these things. And it was not just about the performativity, but about the way that, at least at this time, this author was arguing how the movies, whoever is at the most exposure level, say the president, is now going to have a mimetic function on the culture. So I've always been interested to see and watched, like, does this follow suit, right? And I think, unfortunately, you can't track it in the same way because that author never anticipated Netflix or all these various streaming things that have cropped up. So that thesis was premised on a much more coagulated culture, but nonetheless, it went into a lot of the gender performativity stuff, and I thought it was quite apt in that time. But I don't think it works anymore. No, I think what has happened is there's a monetization of the politics of it at a huge level, which also follows with power as a monetizable thing or what have you. And it's just apes with tools battling each other. And it's not really about the thing itself. It's war conducted by other means. And I think you're right when you say, via Butler, that we don't think about these issues enough. But one of the things that we definitely don't think about enough is that does this discourse really have to do with its surface structure, or is it something else? And I think it is very, very much a game of war by other means. So I don't put much credence on the idea that there's pataphysics at play. It seems to me a war, and one that doesn't have to do with what it. It's Iago. I am not what I am.
I'm not sure if you meant to. Everywhere. You were quoting von Clausewitz there.
When was I quoting him?
I think. Well, I thought just now when you said "war by other means," because that's his famous quote: "Is war is merely the continuation of policy by other means."
No, I don't know who that is, so I'm not quoting him.
I guess it's sort of the reversal of that. Maybe that was Machiavelli.
Well, Machiavelli, I have indeed read. He's a great memory scientist, Machiavelli.
How? I didn't know that.
Yeah. He's very clear about duration and its effect on memory. So behave in a particular way long enough, and they will remember it forever. That's a key strategy in that book. And just generally, do this happens is a memory issue. Anyway, there's a whole.
Actually,
I have to reread it to unfold a whole argument, but I think he's a memory technician writ large for sure.
So I got a couple interesting results from reversing that quote. Politics is war by other means is commonly attributed to Mao Zedong in his writings on revolutionary warfare. He saw political struggle as inherently conflictual, requiring forced propaganda, revolutionary tactics. The idea is central to Marxist-Leninist thought, which views politics as a struggle between the bourgeoisie, the capitalist class, and the proletariat, the working class. And then it also says, Michel Foucault.
Yeah, well, that's where, if I got it from anywhere, it's from History of Sexuality, Volume 1, Michel Foucault, where he talks about power, and he says that power is the ability to conduct the conduct of others. And a huge amount of these things has to do with, it's not really about what you see on the surface. It's ultimately about power and conducting others' behaviors.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So what? Yeah.
And that goes both ways, right? It definitely goes both ways. One of the reactions is to removing the power to be so expressive, etc. But anyway, at the end of the day, it's more about the deep surface power of control and the nice little feelings that you get. And then I would remind us of things that I mentioned previously, that Nietzsche's big criticism of power is that it just simply does one thing, which is it makes you want more power. So watch out. Speaking of all this kind of stuff, Everything Keeps Dissolving is a very interesting book. Conversations with Coil. This is put together by Nick Soulsby. This is actually in large part a collection of zines. So people who made their own interviews, or they had music magazines that they made themselves. And a lot of what's in here are mercifully a collection of those things that would otherwise be lost. So there's really interesting non-mass media questions asked of Coil. And Coil is kind of a hard thing to describe. It's like a music collective that had key figures, but a lot of the other figures were moving and shifting around. It's really quite central to the history of sampling. I knew of Coil when I was quite young because I heard that they had made a soundtrack for Clive Barker's Hellraiser, and that it was the most nauseating music ever made and impossible to listen to. So I had to hear it. So, and I just listened to Coil ever since then. And I don't think it is, I don't know why they ultimately didn't use it in the movie, but it is more fitting to the Hellraiser sound visual scape that Clive Barker was putting together. I don't know the whole story about how that it got ousted. Anyway, I thought I pulled it off partly because of the zine thing that we were talking about, and probably should have mentioned it earlier. But it's just this theme earlier about the fringe being connected to central mass culture. There's a lot of that stuff throughout the Coil career. One of the Nine Inch Nails videos is made by one of the members of Coil, and a lot of Nine Inch Nails is influenced by Coil. And yeah, it's extraordinary music. I mean, it's very different. A lot of people will probably have not heard stuff like this. And they were just weirdos. Like, they were very, very different people. They isolated themselves, if you know what I mean. And they did it. There's a lot of do-it-yourself stuff. A lot of their music was intended as not music, but ritualistic stuff to be used in all these pagan things. Anyway, I got this also because one of the guys' name is John Balance, and I thought that would be a great character name. And so I wanted to also just do a deep dive into all these interviews that finally became public. But I'll probably not write the novel that I had in mind for this, which is just because I'm going to be exhausted if I ever even finish the Vitamin X. But I have a whole concept for a novel that would have the villains as musicians and that would be strongly influenced by Coil.
What's like one song people can go listen to on YouTube to like just get a taste of what you're talking
Probably
about?
a good sense of where they got to in their art would be Ape of Naples, and then the last song going up. I think kind of, I mean, I wouldn't call it a pastiche, but it has that sense of pastiche that we were talking about before.
Yeah. I always thought that
is,
I don't know if this is necessarily death metal, but just metal in general and the use of church modes or Gregorian modes to create a more dissonant or aggressive sound. I always thought that was kind of an interesting connection. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, well, there's a book all about this on my shelf called Tonight It's a World We Bury by Bill Peel. I have lots to say about, oh, sorry, Tonight It's a World We Bury is about black metal. You said death metal?
Yeah, I can't say I know really the difference.
Oh, yeah, there's a difference. But Coil is not in these categories at all. It's more electronic and sampling.
Oh, okay.
Things of that nature. But in terms of death metal and using these various strategies to create music, I mean, I'm not sure what to say about it other than a lot of that is hatred of religion, and I'm not all that interested in those things. I listen to a lot of that kind of music, but it's just an attraction to making sounds that are very different, I guess. I don't know. I mean, there's too many things to say about music. I played in a progressive speed thrash band, and so like we really enjoyed the feeling of playing as fast as humanly possible and the most aggressive and sometimes discordant things possible, but resolving them into major chords eventually. But that may not be the case in certain black metal bands. And death metal is the distinctions. There's so much to say. One thing that comes to mind that interests me just in music in general, Chuck Schuldiner, who was the guitarist and singer of Death, which was a death metal band by name, but also a pioneer of death metal. I don't know, I wouldn't say it's so Gregorian, but he definitely patterned certain things off of classical music. So if you listen to a song called Crystal Mountain, it will sound, what is it? I can't think of it now what it's called, but you know, dun 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 dun, and that sort of thing. It has that kind of sound palette, and it's really amazing. Crystal Mountain. It's just such an extraordinary composition. And the only other thing that comes to mind about Schuldiner that I always loved is because he was such a good compositionist, people would ask him about music theory. And one time in an interview, he said, "What do I care if it's called if I know how it works?" So if you were like, "Hey, Chuck, is that F. Locrian or something like that?" he's not going to know. Or if he does, that's just not where he's at with his sort of thing. But apparently he didn't know music theory well or at all. But yeah, I like Crystal Mountain a lot. I think it's a extraordinary composition.
I just want to make
I like it because I've learned to play it, but that's a different story.
Something that came to mind, just you were talking about the Foucault and the power as the ability to conduct the conduct of others, and sort of battles of control. A sort of classical reference for that is the libidino dominandi, which is a Latin phrase meaning the lust for domination, which comes from St. Augustine's The City of God, De Civitate Dei, 5th century AD. And it's that insatiable desire for power and control. And he contrasts that with the city of God, where love of God, caritas, governs rather than power. So it's just
agree on who God is.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I think is an implicit memory problem at the end of the day.
And so the city of God is contrasted with the earthly city, civitas Terina or Civitas Diaboli. So just an interesting.
I don't know. I think I'm going to stick with Augustine on memory.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like music like from Coil and so forth. There's like a lot of a rejection of that duality and so forth.
Yeah.
If you get interested in the music, I think you'll get interested in the people, and they definitely are quite fringe. So whatever, content alert.
It's all good.
There's photographs in there that you may not want to see unless you're prepared for them. But in any case, I think I gave the warning in the music being so nauseating that it couldn't be the Hellraiser soundtrack. My mileage varied very differently. I think it's quite interesting music, but I'm glad that it got the soundtrack that it got nonetheless. All right. So winding up, I wanted to squeeze in a Christopher Priest novel, The
Definitely.
Affirmation. And this, I think, is really great, even though its greatness, I'm not sure I would share on a rereading, but it really gripped me, partly because I am really fond of the Gödel Escher Bach stuff and self-reference and the Christopher Nolan thing, because he wrote The Prestige, which Nolan made out of a movie, made a movie out of the novel The Prestige, and I think The Affirmation would be a very good movie as well. Anyway, it's Escher, like they have a kind of pseudo Escher cover here to get at part of what's happening here. And it's basically a guy who starts writing about himself, but the self that he writes is a different self. And then he ultimately enters the place where that self is writing about a self, that kind of thing. So it's quite a infinite regress. And I think it's really well done and speaks to a lot of the things that we were talking about with self-reference and so forth. And it also just has a very nice mise en scène in terms of the sense of where this character lives being quite vivid in my mind, and where he goes to being also quite vivid. And the contrast between them is it's so two-world that it makes me think of Shakespeare in the way that Shakespeare often used two worlds that are very contrasting. And the way that setup works is nice because they follow rules. The location basically dictates how things are going to happen in that world. So I think it's quite a nice setup, especially for such a short novel to operate.
Is there a particular Shakespeare play that you think of with that dynamic?
Oh, almost all of them. So like Othello starts in one place and then they go to Cyprus, or are they in Cyprus? They go somewhere, something like that. But the part of how Iago works his mechanisms is that Othello is weakened by the transportation to a different place where different rules play out differently. It's kind of like moving from one place to another is kind of an Achilles heel. King Lear has the kingdom, and then out on the heath or wherever they go.
I was thinking of The Tempest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there is a Shakespeare play that doesn't have. I'm not sure who came up with the term. Maybe it's Harold Bloom, but the two-world syndrome is basically, it's just dominant throughout Shakespeare. Titus Andronicus has a great sort of two-world situation going on, which is again like a King Lear out on the heath situation. So you can play it different ways: civilization versus the wilderness, etc., and how that affects the body-soul dynamic. The innocence versus experience dynamic, those kinds of things.
I just want to give people. Yeah, go ahead.
Place is huge. I mean, not a lot of writers deal with place in a way that's extraordinary. And you don't want it in your face because that gets boring, like reading endless details about how this little candle looks in the window or whatever. Like that can be tedious. But when place is a character and there's a causal link between what's happening in the narrative, I think that's really great when it happens.
Yeah.
Last book I got.
Well, I just want to give people a little taste of the affirmation. So this is from ChatGPT. The protagonist, Peter Sinclair, faces a series of personal crises: the death of his father, the end of a long-term relationship, unemployment, and the loss of his home. Seeking solace and understanding, he retreats to a rural cottage owned by a family friend. There, Peter embarks on writing his autobiography, aiming to impose order on his chaotic life. However, as he delves deeper, the narrative transforms into a fictional account set in an imaginary world, and then it goes on from there. But it's an interesting setup.
Yeah, it really made an impression on me, that's for sure. And I like Christopher Priest overall. The Evidence is another book that I think it's his most recent book. They all have this similar sort of conceit, and they tend to have a two-world sort of syndrome. American Story, another one. Even though I don't think that he pulled it off in either The Evidence or American Story, it's still like really interesting to how he writes. I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm not a person who tries to be anyone other than who I am, but I just wonder, like, why don't I write that way? I don't know who his editor is either, so there's more to the story, but there's a consistency through his writing that really astonishes me in terms of the quality. It's very alien to me, and I don't read other writers who write in just that way. And you could call it voice, but I think it's different than voice. It's strategy. It's some kind of way that he produces the text, and the very measured, metrical process through the development of the story is just, I just don't know another writer I would say that's like that. I mean, I can give you a taste of it, maybe.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not a narrator, but this much I know for sure. My name is Peter Sinclair. I am English, and I am, or I was, 29 years old. Already there is an uncertainty, and my sureness recedes. Age is a variable. I am no longer 29. I mean, it's just, what? It's so different to me. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it is really magical what can be achieved by somebody who just has a different way of thinking or expressing than you do, to kind of sort of a different consciousness.
Yeah. And, I didn't go further than that, but it has this tick, 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 tick throughout the whole thing. Very measured. It's really wonderful. And it's not just this book. It's just his style. And you feel immediately like you know the guy somehow, like, or that there's something I do, that there's something very familiar, even though it's very strange at the same time. So I don't find many authors like that. I'm not sure what that is.
So what's the next one?
Well, the last one I gathered, I believe the last one, is The Luck Factor by Richard Weissman. And I think of this book because I was lucky enough to run into it after having had it before, just randomly. And I was like, damn, that book really does work, because this book did make me more lucky. And I was so lucky that it actually showed up again, and I read it again and did the exercises again. And it's just, I was such a dark person, very, very much in some of these camps that we talked about, where it's just like, destroy everything and rebuild it all and blah, blah, blah. And, this corporation, this and that. Like, I was just totally in that world. Even if I had a reader response sort of fascination and the literary science, I was still quite, I was skeptical of the ideological stuff. I shouldn't paint a completely different picture of myself than I was, because I was quite skeptical of these ideas, like the Brechtian notion that you're being hypnotized by pop culture and so forth. I really didn't buy that, but still I took lots of opportunities to critique capitalism because I actually thought it existed. Anyway, once we were clear of that religion.
What kind of deconverted you from that?
Well, so here's an interesting thing, that I can only speak to myself and not others, but I think that probably others have this disease as well. I went to university. I mean, I not only had a PhD, but 2 MAs, and I felt very entitled to have a career out of this after all that hard work, right? And it was hard. There's no two ways about it. And I put a lot into it. But what a wake-up call when you realize how the world really works. You know, I mean, I did get the Mercator, which was amazing. But after that, like I also landed a job interview at my dream university, a university I thought of always wanting to wind up at. I wanted to go there as a student, but never got around
Which one?
to actually going. Emily Carr. And I wound up at Emily Carr, and I had an interview there, and basically being told, you know, well, this doesn't fit the hiring agenda because of characteristic X, Y, and Z. And it's just like, what? You know, like I had been told that this was going on, but I never quite saw it until then. And it wasn't happening in Germany at that time, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea, but it was just so bizarre to me that these were the reasons given. And, you know, I don't think they liked I know they didn't like some of my literature that I had produced because it was all wild and strange. But yeah, I was not entitled to anything, and I wasn't going to get anything. And so then I was on my own to figure it out, because there's no fraternity there. It doesn't mean anything. Having alphabet soup behind your name is utterly worthless unless you have a champion who, you know, is going to pull some strings, and the hiring basically is decided before they make the announcement. They only make the announcement because of a job because the union requires them to, but it's already decided who's going to be hired, and nobody has any shot at all. So there's no meritocracy to it whatsoever, at least in my perception of it at that time. So what woke me up was, I don't know, I just got to do it on my own. And what's interesting to me is how that I had the wherewithal and the gumption to teach anyway. Like, I don't know what it is in me that has to teach, because there's other things to do in this world, right? But somehow there's got to be teaching somehow. So I made a YouTube channel, and I just continued teaching film studies. And that, speaking of Deleuze, I think Deleuze is my highest viewed video on there. And there's little comments where people are like, thank you for explaining this. I finally understand Deleuze in cinema.
I'll have to check that out. What's the title of it, roughly?
It's called Script Castle, and I'm not sure if I can find it, but I used to have my little... Oh, there it is. I mean, it was very amateur, but I was already trying to make like a little business out of this film study stuff. So I had a business card all about my film study stuff. And it actually worked, because I got it. I'd already done some story consulting, but I managed to turn having this channel into some story consulting gigs. And it was just talking about film studies and really bad videos. I look really awkward.
How long ago was this?
Oh, must have been 2010 or 2011, something like this.
Yeah.
Oh, it's got to be 2011, which doesn't seem that long ago, but in internet years, that's a long time.
It's impressive. You're old school YouTube.
Yeah. I still think of reviving that channel and just like, I don't know, I might turn it into a channel for the bookstore. I don't know. We'll see how. If basically on my channel, if I'm not talking about memory, no one cares, or something related to accelerated learning. So if I then start talking about luck factor or whatever, it's probably going to damage the channel more than anything. And why you have to worry about that in the first place is just ridiculous. But I get it. That's part of what turned me around, is getting it. This is the way that it is. And to sit there and criticize it. And then, you know, I started to really think about what the philosophers were telling me. And I got very tired of the dark philosophers and gravitated even more to the bright philosophers. And strangely, in the world, the bright philosophers are considered the dark philosophers. The tarring of people like Deleuze and Nietzsche is extraordinary, and they're so effective at making people think that Nietzsche is some, you know, bad individual and so forth, when it's anything but. It's just totally nuts how it all works. So, yeah, I mean, how to do business by reading Nietzsche. That's a book that somebody should write. That's a metaphysical project, I guess. But yeah, that's what turned me around. Is no one is coming to rescue me. So a great thing anyway. And some point in there, I was very down on things. I couldn't see opportunities because of the issues that are talked about in the luck factor. And there's a Darren Brown special where they did something with this book that came out many years after I read it. And they test some of the ideas in the luck factor. And you see a guy who's so down on things, thinking that nothing good ever happens to him, that they literally stop him in the street and they offer him like 50 pounds to participate in some sort of thing. And he's just like, no, I have no time. Like, he's literally not even seeing the opportunity in front of him. They leave money for him on the street. He's totally blind to it. Everything like this. They put a dog in the town and they spread a rumor that patting the dog on the head will increase your luck. And then lo and behold, people are actually experiencing better luck. So that sounds kind of woo-woo and strange, but Richard Weissman is an anti-woo-woo guy, if ever there was one. And I just a little positivity was available inside of me. And I was going to therapy, all kinds of weird stuff I had to do because I was on a bad track. And the light opened and I started to do these experiments with luck, and I increased my luck. And I continue to focus on the exercises for increasing luck and being more open. Because if you do ocean on me, I'm not very open. I have a low openness. I have to work on it in the same way I have to work on my memory. And I have to work on my neuroticism too. But it's really interesting. And so in some ways this, I don't know what to make of it philosophically, but that's one of my favorite books of all time. And I'm blown away that it just randomly appeared once again while I was just walking around for free on a shelf on a, local library, take one, give one kind of shelf. And I was just like, that's nuts. I mean, surely there's enough copies that were printed that it's well within the realm of randomness, but still. Very cool. Very cool book. I highly recommend it.
Yeah, I think that kind of stuff really works.
Yeah, and I think the reasons why it works don't require any woo-woo. If you don't run experiments, there's not going to be any result. But I didn't think there was a period of my life where I didn't think that. And I'd read Nietzsche and the image of the dice throw made no sense to me. It made sense to me intellectually, but as an imperative to live life in a particular way, as a means, as a tool and a strategy of saying yes to what is, made no sense to me. It was just a concept that I understood, that I could repeat, but I didn't see it as a strategy for life. And to the non-dual and to the immanent theme, I don't see any free will in the change at all. It's not like I did something. These things appeared, and for whatever reason, I was in such a position to be open to it, but not because I was open to it intentionally. There was no intention. It just happened. And this is where, the Obama, you didn't build that kind of stuff does have its truth. We don't like it, but
I don't get that reference.
No. Well, it was really contentious during one of the elections. Not so much the recent one in the States, but this whole thing that is obviously very irritating to a lot of people, including me. This you don't pay, make them pay their share. They need to pay their fair share. That's maybe a little more common in the Australian election. Like the politicians come and say, we're going to make them pay their share. But right. the Obama version during one of the elections was, you didn't build that. And the implication being I think, something that's quite true. Like, no individual of their own does anything. It's all a network of causes and effects, a lot of which are accidental, a lot of which are just ineffable. There's no reason or explanation for it. And so I think of that a lot with luck, because there is a luck that is granted for whatever reason. It doesn't mean that it comes from a divine being or something like that, but there is an even distribution, an 80-20-esque distribution of luck. And then the question is, why is that? And can we spread it around the world and so forth? So
I don't know if you're familiar with this came up in another bookshelf tour, the book Capital by Thomas Piketty.
I haven't read it, but I know the name. Yeah.
So that's, I would say, sort of the preeminent book right now in terms of income inequality worldwide, and especially in Western countries, and sort of serves as the basis for some of these discourses around how inequality is increasing and frustrations around that. So I think that's
I think the problem is that any kind of distributionism is never going to work. I mean, we already have so many conflicts around it, and I just only think that's going to get worse, right? I think that what we need to do is get this in the hands of people, and as much as possible, enable them to see physics. You know, there's no God-granted sort of thing that's gonna happen. If you want to live in a particular way, then there's got to be some strategy where you get the initiative to do the thing, and do the real thing, to go back to the Adam Gopnik thing. Not the pretend thing, not the shortcut, but the foundational thing that actually gets you the skills. And the polar opposite to that is, well, why do you have to do that? Why can't you just get some situation, some system that's going to distribute things in such a way that everybody's happy? Well, nobody who is cursed with productivity has much pleasure from watching lazy people. It's irritating, right? Especially when they're constantly telling you to pay your share. I didn't ask for massive productivity. So they think that we somehow have some benefit of our luck, right? No. The luck is actually a very different luck we're after. The luck is, and that's maybe what I didn't emphasize here. The luck is being able to find a way to not be irritated to insanity by the status quo situation of the way the world really works, right? And yes, that can mean more material comfort, but the reality is success is not some gift. It's extraordinarily painful. It's filled with suffering, and it's filled with threats and traps and all kinds of things. And so the idea of distribution and so forth, I think there's got to be a better solution than that. And I think education is the great one. And we have seen it. We lived through an amazing Renaissance that now power is coming and saying, oh my goodness, people actually are educating themselves. Free actually might mean something, because these people are actually availing themselves of knowledge, and more people are getting more and more power. So we better territorialize that real quick, and we better have our own blockchain that reinstitutes cable television style life, so that the messages that are sent are the ones we want received, right? And those of us, myself included, are guilty of not fighting back hard enough and fast enough against the cloaking of what could be an extraordinary luck factor for many, many people around the world. And who knows? We'll see what happens. But consciousness is going to try to get into space, and I think it can't stop itself. And the accelerationists, I think, probably have it on this one. Godspeed, because if we don't do it now, when?
It seems like there's significant figures within the tech world that believe in things like UBI, or believe in sort of abundance, and sort of Pierre Diamandis is sort of an example of that, as well as Sam Altman, who's the founder of OpenAI. So there's pretty divergent perspectives on how this is going to all play out. and it seems like there's a lot based on kind of material and labor shortages that have been a truth throughout most of history, but that may radically change with robots and artificial intelligence just in the coming decades, and that's something we don't really have the thing I think is the precedent for it is the idealization of ancient Greece and not factoring in that there was a huge underclass and slave class that was creating that making that lifestyle possible. And I think to the extent that we have these armies of robots and artificial intelligence, they may serve to be that kind of support that's required for that ideal lifestyle.
Yeah. I mean, all kinds of things are possible, and who knows? But I think we are at great risk of, and here's where I'll contradict myself with there's no such thing as human. I think we're at great risk of losing whatever it is that we want to call ourselves, because and Dolly is, or no, not Dolly, sorry. Was that what it's called? Dolly, Wally, this sort of thing where it's just Jabba the Hutt people flying around, still unhappy, right?
Idiocracy. That's slightly different.
Well, yeah,
they do float around and they're in their like floating wheelchairs.
I think Wally got it better because it was like out in space and, not better, but what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
the image really is that it takes the robot to find meaning in the world as opposed to the human, because the human never wakes up to the fact that this is it, right? And what the is the thing that's interesting about all of this. And I don't know. I mean, I don't have an answer. I can't be a philosopher because I don't have a philosophy. I only have things that have attracted me. So I don't have a kind of answer to any of it. Other than that, I think if we're going to achieve the goal of consciousness, this particular consciousness that we experience, passing it forward, it's not going to be about fancy little categories that we come up with for things. It's going to be about dropping the categories, because that is what it has always been, as far as I can tell from the ancient literature that I've been able to read and at least pretend that I understand something about, which is, this is becoming what it will become. Wow.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
I think that's a good place to wrap things up. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. And it's been a magnificent journey going through all your books. And I look forward to our part 2, where we get into the mnemonics and we have a little debate about things, or we at least explore the different nooks and crannies. Because
there's a supporter of mine who's always asking me, when are you going to debate with people? I want to see you tear them down. And I'm just like, do you not understand anything that I stand for? I'm not interested in the tear down, but if I am going to stick on something, then,
Yeah, I think it'll be fun. So
yeah, I love to be challenged. It's just always the thing about challenge is, does the question have a hope of leading us somewhere? And if there is a place to get, then how will it be different than the place that we already are?
Mm-hmm.
Those are the kinds of debates that I think would be interesting. They're anticipatory debates that I don't even know are possible. Other than that, they're going on all the time. But yeah, let's do it again. I appreciate it very much.